Hello everybody, and welcome to the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. I am very excited to be here with you, about to get into some League of Legends action. It is going to be a hype day. My name is Caleb Brown. I'm joined by my co-host Thomas. Thomas, are you ready to get into some League?
Caleb, I am so ready. I am so excited. I have been looking forward to this tournament for a minute now. This has been a really exciting development, and I am so glad to be here with you, Caleb. It is going to be a ton of fun, a ton of great League of Legends players, and a lot of great opportunities for a bunch of teams to potentially come home out of the, or leave home, or maybe they are at home already, to get out of this tournament with a good chunk of change. And so I'm really pumped to be able to see how this tournament is going to play out. It's going to be a ton of fun.
It sure is, and it's going to be a lot of fun for you folks watching as well. Trust me, there's a ton of ways to engage with Trovo here with our fantastic champions out there performing for us. And while we're talking about it, let's explain briefly what Trovo Titans is. Trovo Titans is, in fact, a series of free-to-enter community tournaments with a total prize pool of $250,000, a ridiculous pot spread out across these tournaments. So do please engage, get in here, and get yourself a piece of that action. For gamers all across North America, Latin America, and Europe. So there's so many people getting involved. Trovo's doing a phenomenal job giving us all reasons to get invested.
Yeah, and speaking of invested, some good money on the line for these teams, especially for that first place finish. Look at that prize payout, $7,500. This is Trovo Titans' 1-year birthday bash, and they are coming in with those diamond hands, bringing it home, and I am super excited to see who's going to come home with that first place prize of $3,000. Second place prize for a $2,000 split of that, and the third place tie each going to get $1,250. So for, a 5-man team, that is a good chunk of money and a potentially, a really good start to a team's potential confidence to be able to produce and get that type of winnings. On top of that, though, they are also going to be able to get those Titan points. Titan points are received for the first place finisher, getting 10 Titan points, 5 Titan points for the second place finisher, and 3 Titan points for the third place finisher. Now, those Titan points are extremely important. They are not cash, but they are just as valuable. As we get to see these Titan points, they are the way that Trovo Titans is going to be able to crown those community champions, playing in these tournaments, just playing in these tournaments, getting those Titan points, playing well in the tournaments. First place prize gets 10 Titan points. Casting, being awesome in the Discord, being part of the Discord community. So if you guys are not part of the Discord already, please join that Discord. You're going to be able to join and get those Titan points as quickly as possible. And with those Titan points, you are able to get placed onto the leaderboard and get opportunities for those players to get some ridiculous prize money as well. So you don't have to be a good player to be participating in the Trovo Titans community and to still make a good chunk of money.
It is a lot of ways to get invested and a lot of ways to get paid, which I don't mind at all. As we take a quick look at our bracket for our upcoming matchup, you can see some of our players set up here. We can see the team names listed. We've got a lot of superstars out there that we're going to be able to see advancing on ahead. You can see our first listing right up at the top. We have HTMSXD going up against Jack Sparrow. Right beneath them, we have Funky's Formation against the Savants. The Salty Runback going against the Peckaway Fan Club. And then our final listing, we have 3 Camp Top with Yiffin, GBOBA going in, getting it done. Very excited to see who's going to be advancing out of our first round, which is going to be, as any good first round is, an excellent stage setup for the tournament yet to come.
Exactly. And most of these teams, all of these teams have already been able to fight their way into this top 8 of this bracket, getting those wins already to be able to be here for this live show. We know that these teams are formidable. We know that they are ready to bring out and pull out all the stops in this game. This is all random, all mid here at the Howling Abyss for League of Legends. Best of one series for these teams. So it is extremely important for these players to be able to get themselves that win every single time, because if you don't, you could potentially going home very early. A good team could potentially be taken away from the victory because of a bad ARAM selection for their team. And so it's really going to test not only the players' ability to be able to adapt to different champions, but to also work with their teammates on champions and team comps they wouldn't normally have to go for. So it's going to be really exciting, and I can't wait to see how this first game is going to play out.
Absolutely, I feel the same way, and I can see some of the chat feels the same as Reddit. We got Trovo Titans Talk broadcasting once again. The league is underway. I can see some folks out there, perpetual player in the chat. Let's get that bread. I feel the same. Once again, this is like you said. It is so interesting to have yourself a situation in which you know you have to be working on team comp, you have to be working on potential strategies completely on the fly, getting a role, seeing what you've got to work with, and deciding, not sure about that. I don't know. I know I can't play a Mordekaiser. What am I going to do with that? Just want to switch things up. As someone that got Mordekaiser said, oh, this champion's busted. Easy cake. It was not easy cake. I was destroyed. I disgraced the name. For the champion that busted, for me to not do well is inexcusable. But we have players here that are far more well equipped than I to roll with the punches and come up with something totally wild and crazy off of who knows what.
Right. I've been told that we have some really formidable teams with some formidable high-tier players in this contest. And so with that being said, a lot of these players are going to have the opportunity, I feel, to perform well on whatever champion they go with. But even still, like for me, in regular Summoner's Rift, like I normally play in the jungle. And so when you push me into like an ADC role, what if I'm forced to be able to play something like a Caitlyn, for example, something that I very rarely play? Yes, Caitlyn could be potentially easy for me to pick up, but I don't normally play her. I don't know the combos that go with her. I don't know how to be able to get the maximum damage out of her kit. And then what if it's even worse? What if it's something like an Aphelios, for an example? Really high skill cap, a lot of opportunities for you to make plays, but also a lot of opportunities for you to make those mistakes, or for me to make those mistakes. But thankfully, I'm not in that position. I am not at the ARAM, or I am not participating as a player. I am here as the caster, right where I belong. I know I would make a fool out of myself against some of these teams as we get to see who's going to be able to take these wins and get into this contest and perform really, really well. Regardless, though, whether you perform well, whether you have some struggles in some of these games, it's all for good fun. I mean, this is the 1 year anniversary of Trovo Titans, and we got that birthday party cap on the screen. Happy birthday. I would sing, but I'd leave that to the professionals.
Well, if I may. They're not paying me for that, but I am very, very excited as well for this. I mean, I play a lot of ARAM myself. I've been not only do I enjoy League, of course, but I've been really getting back into it because I've been getting some friends involved in it. Very recently, I actually brought some friends that never played League before into the game, and after they were done cursing me for this thing that I have sucked them into, it's like this is now a black hole of time in my life. It's like, so it went from how do I get my champion to do things to, oh my god, I just was finished up a random game of League I've been playing for the last 6 hours today, and it's like, oh, what have I done?
What have I done?
We're all having a lot of fun together, and just the last time I played ARAM, because we talk about having trouble getting onto the game and getting who knows what, but you also have to run into the issue of your opponents potentially getting something very, very good for ARAM. We just had a discussion about things that can be very, very good ARAM, how great / potentially terrible it is for AD carries, because you can so easily get into a situation which you can snowball, how hard it is to get away from things like Tristana's E when there is no space to move with, where everything is clumped together by nature. Everything's a team fight. Everything is a minion cluster. It carries so many opportunities for such a wide range of particular kinds of champions that it's very quickly you can spot things that are going to be a problem immediately. But at the same time, the creativity it forces you to get into, the adaptability you have to work in ARAM can lead to people coming up with some wild strategies, some wild interpretations of your champions that you don't see in regular play, that wouldn't fly in regular play, but here can not only exist, but can be really dominant.
Right, and that is, and that's the cool part about it, is not only are you able to get into a game, into an ARAM tournament, or an ARAM tournament, but an ARAM game, and to be able to play a champion that you don't normally play. That's how I picked up a champion, for me at least, like Heimerdinger. I played Heimerdinger in ARAM, and I loved to be able to get in using those turrets, using that stun, and I would have never picked up Heimerdinger in a regular game had I not been forced into the position to play Heimerdinger at the Howling Abyss at ARAM. So it provides you with that opportunity to go for it. It's a challenge, but it's a rewarding challenge in that regard. But chat, question for you guys as we get ready to start off with this game. What champion are you guys looking forward to seeing in this tournament? What champion do you think is, if they were able to get into this tournament, into a game, what are you expecting them to be able to do? Are you expecting, a really good play coming in from a Kled, for example? Are you excited to maybe see an Alistair do a lot of work? I mean, for me personally, I'd love to see some Heimerdinger, but me, I love Fiddlesticks. In the jungle, I would love to see some Fiddlesticks coming out, get some huge plays, maybe in the brush, even a defensive team, being able to get the Fiddlesticks ultimate out, get that multi-man fear, could be really, really strong. Nocturne could be really cool as well.
Nocturne.
There are so many champions. The combinations are, at this point, and practically infinite, and I'm really excited to see what champions we are going to get. Caleb, what would you be excited to be looking for?
Honestly, I'm excited for just anything that I'm not expecting. I want it to be something that's completely not on my radar at all. I want it to be a champion that I can't name off the top of my head. I know I play a lot of characters like Kha'Zix and Cho'Gath, characters that Kha'Zix could do pretty well in ARAM, but again, very high risk, high reward. Because especially you want to do an AD character, you want to get up close and personal, play like a jungle champion or something like that. You're playing extremely high risk, not only because it's so hard to get the ball rolling like you need in this kind of a game mode, but also because you have to worry about how squishy you are and how if you dive ahead, everyone's gonna be there. You don't have the ability to freely sort of peel off people to try and go after them as you do in other game modes. But I can see in the chat someone's responding to you already. We have a Katarina request, which, God, would that be stressful to play again?
I'm also seeing Teemo as well. Oh, show me Teemo. Show me the maniac with the mushrooms in Howling Abyss. Oh my goodness, that could be insane. This is really, an exciting opportunity. Katarina, man, that could be an amazing champion. I can't count how many pentakills I've seen out of Katarina, not only at Summoner's Rift, but also in Howling Abyss. I feel like it's easier to get the pentakill in some situations in the Howling Abyss, but also somewhat difficult as well, because you have everyone just trying to go in, trying to get that kill. You're not really focusing on trying to get the pentakill, but that would be so cool. We get a champion that's unexpected, that comes in, that is able to come in, shine for their team, and potentially get a quadra kill, a pentakill. That would be a huge hype play, a highlight play, not only for that team, but also for that player. It's a huge confidence booster to be able to come into a champion that you might not necessarily feel too comfortable with, but you're still able to perform well. You're still able to get yourself that good win, able to get yourself that really strong momentum in the early game, and then potentially get that high man multi-kill that helps you secure the victory in that contest. It's really exciting, the potential that is there. Will we see that? Is that something that's going to happen in this tournament? I do expect some big plays throughout this contest by some unlikely champions. We could see something crazy happen. A Jinx could pop her super mega death rocket right into the middle of the enemy team and just pentakill everyone. We could get a Pyke going in for that death from below, able to jump in and dive and smash multiple players in that tight corridor. And so, the possibilities are endless for any champion, any player, any opportunity for them to shine. I'm seeing in the chat, Kennen would be insane.
Kennen.
Multi-man stuns coming through, especially if you're able to follow that up with some other really nice champions that can come through with it. That's another part about ARAM and Howling Abyss. Like, you don't know what combinations you're going to get, and it could lead to some insane plays coming through where you get, I don't even know what would be interesting to go with a Kennen, but it would be super interesting. A Talia wall that's able to keep everyone outside or like inside the wall area. The Kennen comes through and ultimates and stuns everyone. They can't get out because the wall is there because they don't have flash.
Vigar would be incredible.
Event Horizon.
How easy it is to land that cage in ARAM.
Easy breezy.
Rules.
I feel like they definitely buffed it in ARAM. It's just the entire lane.
It just sections off the entire lane. But again, it's also the problem that I ran into when I was facing a Mordekaiser at one point. Whereas I can't get away from Mordekaiser once he decides to take you to the nightmare dimension.
Right.
Once he decides to ult, it's over for me every time. I've yet to successfully win against because I jungle a lot as well.
Right.
I have yet to win once Mordekaiser started focusing me.
Not the death realm. Get me out.
I can't live. I'm far too fragile. I am but a cockroach beneath his heel anytime he decides to pull up. But again, this is one of the things we're talking about where we have a lot of champions who are going to excel in this kind of a space, and a lot of champions that you thinking ahead, you know where you're going to have a hard time against. You can think, and so another question I want to pose to chat while we're talking about champions we want to see, what when you're playing ARAM are you the most terrified to see coming at you? What do you absolutely not want to go up against? What do you feel like is a thing? It's like, I can deal with a lot. I can handle a lot of things, but this, not this, no, this and no further. I can't, if I look across the lane and I see that, God, what's the most terrifying thing that I could think? Because I already mentioned Mordekaiser, I already mentioned Teemo, which is honestly another one of them.
Right.
Any new champion.
Any new champion.
If I see Vladimir, I'm crying. It's just,
oh, there you go. I didn't even think about Vladimir. That's a huge Hemoplague.
Oh, he's
could
incredible
be
in this.
crazy. But a champion always not. I wouldn't say a black sheep, but definitely a champion that has the potential to ruin the enemy's team's chances of winning that $3,000 first place prize pool. Lux. Lux comes through.
Oh God, you can't get away from
the double root. Gets the double root.
Oh,
gets
no.
the final spark. Double kill immediately because you know that you know first item it's gonna be like a Rabadon's and then it's a Void Staff. All that extra magic penetration coming through. Pops in some roots or something as well from other team members. Able to get a huge final spark, and then there's a quadra kill immediately. Takes like 2 seconds, and then of course the Lux is up against 5 squishy ADCs. And that aren't able to get away, and all she does is final spark. Just every time that she gets it off a cooldown, and it becomes that sniper rifle, artillery, ray gun, cannonball, mistress of doom that comes through and is able to just destroy a backline with a nice ultimate. I'm scared when I see Lux. I'm scared when I see Xerath, for example, because I could see Xerath, and I've had it happen to me before with Xerath, where I'm like, you've got to be scripting. You know where I'm at the entire time. I always get hit by your ultimate. I can't escape it. I'm magnetized towards your electricity. You're a negative. I'm a positive.
Like a moth to a flame. I can't walk away. Don't go into the light. It's wild, but at the same time, it's so wild to think about how quickly you can pull up with like an ADC or with even a jungle champ or a top laner. My God, you pull up Darius, you basically hit the win button. I feel like top laners, your bruisers, are going to be the strongest all-rounders. To me, like a lot of things I can think of that I'd be scared to face are going to be top laners.
Yeah.
But at the same time, a good support can win you ARAM. Because
Exactly.
you have a bunch of people that are just running around just like half crazy because they don't know what's happening is this ARAM is wild and crazy. You've got like one good support champ that can do solid lockup. You are so golden. Just being able to set up people to hit is so good. You're not going to get a lot of the praise probably for it as you should. So support being, again, under praise just in general. Please, folks at home, support your local support. They are doing a lot of work for you, I promise you. As long as you may be in fact killing your fellow bottom lane champions, but only because the Alistair made sure that you didn't get smoked immediately in early game.
Getting that 300 gold off of that early game kill, that's important. Speaking of gold, that prize pool, $7,500 is on the line for 4 of these teams that have to split it. You know, $3,000 for the first place team. You split that 5 ways, that's $600 a piece. If you guys were on a team, if you guys were part of that winning team, you're able to get through this bracket, get that $3,000 grand prize, what would you do with that money? Aside from, you know, buying Dogecoin, getting those diamond hands initiated in that Bitcoin, Dogecoin stock, Bitcoin thing that's going on.
You got there.
I don't know. I don't want to get involved. It's too much gambling for me, and it's all virtual too. If I had $600, if I was on a winning team and I got $600 off of a League of Legends tournament, I mean, obviously, I'm reinvesting it into the community. I'm buying Hextech chests and Hextech keys and getting those crafting materials so that I can get those nice rare skins as always.
Oh, yeah.
I've been playing on the same account since Season 2. So I've got all the champions at this point, and you know, when the crafting system came out, I got all this dust where I was able to go in and or blue essence as it were, and I can just buy a champion immediately. So I don't have to worry about that. But I don't have the skin. I don't have all the skins. And so, I mean, obviously, if I won $600, a little bit of that money definitely going to be going into getting some more skins. I got to be able to get that flair, get that drip for my champions that I won with. Say I win with like a Gragas, for example. I'm definitely getting the scuba Gragas or something. I don't know. I do something in the League of Legends scene area for sure.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of skins, in reflecting that part of what I did recently, as I was mentioning earlier, was like bringing new people into the game, and as a result, I had to dust off a very, very old account. I had picked up a second account at some point because I thought I had lost the first one, but I managed to find like the original account, like the first League account that I ever made, still existed. God bless it. And and I dig it up, and it had a Kha'Zix skin that I remember a friend got for me.
Right.
Back when I didn't know nothing about League.
Okay.
Back when Kha'Zix could be said to be still like a relatively like newer champion.
Okay,
even.
there you go.
And I was like, this character rules. Like I want to play all the Void characters, like Kha'Zix and Cho'Gath and things like that. Kog'Maw, even like when he came out, like I remember these moments coming through. And so that particular, the Mecha Kha'Zix skin, is to this day, like it holds such a special place in my heart. I use it absolutely every time I play Kha'Zix. It's a special thing to me.
Oh, I'm super excited to see some of the skins that these players are going to be popping out. I'm sure that a lot of these players some of these players at least have been playing for several years, which means, you know, they got plenty of skins under their belt. I'm sure they've sunk money into the game as much as I have. Just like everyone else, they see a nice fancy Lux skin, and like, I have to get it. I have to get it. I have to support the popular champion in League of Legends.
Now, I'll defer with you there, because when I see somebody with a very good skin, I go, oh no, they're going to be a problem.
Oh no.
Because when you look around, because a lot of people play League, some people just dipping their toes in, some people are really serious about it. And aside from somebody having a particularly high level, if somebody has decided to really invest heavily in that very premium Soraka skin, I assume that they're going to make my life nightmarish. I just
the primo Soraka skin.
Yeah, like if you've got, especially if it's an old skin,
right?
Because that means that you invested much earlier on. Not always. Sometimes you can tell, like the get-ins, like they just thought that skin was nice. Okay, no cause for concern. But like, you show up with certain skins, I go, oh no.
Yeah.
I immediately look.
Skins.
It's an intimidation factor. God, legacy skin. Again, anything older in particular, I worry about. Maybe it's just like the battle scars from me getting destroyed repeatedly by people with those skins on, because again, I've been playing this for like a hot minute. But man, there are certain ones that I feel like are red flags.
I can tell you, I'm old, and I definitely scare some people sometimes, especially when I'm on their team. They're like, oh boy, this goon is not under 25 anymore. He's definitely gonna feed. His ability to be able to get those good ultimates, to be able to get those combos, to be able to use your fingers on the keyboard, definitely compromised. So I'm not excited to be playing with someone that has, you know, like a season 1 icon coming through. So you've been playing this game for 10 years. You might have the muscle memory down, but your reaction's not there anymore. You're an old man, candle in the wind, or whatever fun saying they say about old people nowadays.
Don't listen to this man. He is being very humble and trying to hide his power level. I've seen him. He's absolutely incredible. We are going to, but fortunately for our competitors, he's not trying to compete for that $3,000. Instead, we have our selection on screen for you here, and that means there's time for us to get through these. You can see the countdown happening now, and let's talk about these teams. There's my boy. There's Cho'Gath. There's Tristana, my girl.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Well, that's not Tristana. That's Poppy.
No, that's Poppy. You're correct.
Poppy. It's okay. I get it. It's those old eyes.
Yeah. You leave me alone. But we are already getting into game in progress. You can see that the momentum started. We got a Vi here. We have, oh my God, already a fight breaking out. Braum here trying to lend some support. This is going to be a tough one. We have got quite the lineup, so let's talk about what the possible combinations are here, if we can even get the time to do so.
No, not at all. First blood going to go to the Twitch. As you look over onto the blue team, the Twitch able to get in with that really good damage, getting at that Contaminate on to the first kill of the game. The Volibear on the red team is going to go down. But looking at the blue team, looking at what they got, I feel like they definitely won out in this draft pick. You've got a Vi, you've got Braum, you've got Yuumi with a Viego and a Twitch. A very strong team, a couple of bruisers, a tank in the Braum, a Yuumi in the support, and then the Twitch and the ADC. A very balanced team as we get the engage coming through. The red team trying to get some revenge onto the Viego.
God.
We've got some adventures coming through, and it's going to be the Lee Sin taking the kill onto the Braum. The Lilia is going to take the kill onto the Vi, and then the Volibear going to take down the Viego. The Yuumi onto the Twitch able to survive out of that one, but the red team be able to come in with that extended CC that they've got out of that Poppy, out of that Volibear, out of that Shogath, going to be able to get it, but no, it's going to be the Twitch getting the kill onto the Lilia, wanting to secure the kill, the Lilia wanting to secure the kill onto the Twitch, unable to make it happen. The blue team still going to have their minions under tower, which does mean Tower 1 taking a little bit of damage, but with those kills on the red team, they are able to even out the kill score at the moment. 3-3 is the current score. But taking a look at that red team comp, you got Shogath, you got Volibear, you've got Lee Sin, Poppy, and Lilia. So you don't have, when you're looking at, normal League of Legends team comps, you don't have that ADC that the blue team has on the red team. You don't have that consistent AD damage that is available. A lot of in-your-face champions. All 5 of these champions need to get into melee range to be able to consistently get damage. And so that is going to be extremely difficult for this red team to navigate as the as the game continues to progress. We'll see how that does play out, though. On the other end of that coin, they are able to get in and secure themselves a lot of in-your-face damage. The blue team able to do what they can in this one, and we'll see how they're able to perform and get that momentum going. It is an exciting start to this match for sure. As the Lilia, as you can already see, the Lilia able to get that bowling ball, that E, that swirling seed, as it were, getting a little bit of damage. The Volibear trying to go in for the Volibear trying to do what he can to be able to get that E damage with that damage with his E. But we'll see how they're able to do with the sustained damage that they're able to get. Will they be able to get themselves that positive momentum, or will the blue team be able to use that to their advantage, the fact that they don't have any range?
It's going to be a tough one. Again, we are seeing ourselves get back into this neutral space here. That precursor, constantly that combo with Storm, or big team fight breaks out. A little bit of a step forward there by Red, not quite ready to commit fully. Not just trying to get a little bit more lane clear, a little bit more build up, ready to go. ARAM, you are able to recover so infrequently that you really do not want to overextend. That losing a chunk of health before the rest of your team is ready. We can see Cho'Gath getting swole here. He's got his ult ready. He is now able to start feeding and start building up to the tank position, so they're going to want to focus him as much as possible and not give him that freedom to really get big here. There's a lot of beef on the red team side right now. Funky Formation has got a lot of advantage when it comes to potential sustain here. They really need to give Lee Sin the ability to go hog wild once he gets up close and personal.
That's right. But right now, like you were talking about that Cho'Gath, he's just a tiny bug right now. A little itty-bitty tiny little shrimp of a champion at the moment. But he's going to be able to turn into that Godzilla. You see immediately when that consume comes up, that feast comes in, he's just taking it onto that minion, getting that true damage, and getting himself that second stack. The longer that this game progresses, the tankier and the better that this Cho'Gath is going to be able to become. Obviously, as you can see, the Cho'Gath already trying to say, hey, I'm going to be in your face in this one. I've got the Balmy Cinder ready to go. As we do get a little bit of an engage coming in, as we do get a lot of damage onto the Viego, but it's not going to be enough. The Lilia is going to go down to the Vi. A nice use of the Assault and Battery. A little bit of damage coming through. The Poppy trying to go in, getting the kill onto the Braum, but will get stunned out. And it will be the nice, consistent damage from this blue team. The Twitch able to take down the Poppy. Heartbreaker coming in from the Viego is going to try to get the kill onto this Cho'Gath and will be able to get the resets as well. Heartbreaker resets every single time that the Viego is able to get a kill or an assist. And so now he's going to be playing as that Cho'Gath, going to be able to use his passive to get that health back, and will also get a reset of his ultimate. Vi is going to be able to take the kill onto the Lee Sin, but the Lilia does get the kill onto the Braum. The Volibear going to take the kill onto the Viego, possessing as that Lee Sin. I think a decent idea there, recognizing, okay, the Vi and the Twitch going to be able to hold on for the time being. This gives the Viego and the Braum the opportunity to get those first items that they're trying to come out for. The Locket of the Iron Solari is out for the Braum. We're going to be seeing a little bit of attack speed with that Vampiric Scepter and that, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of that, is it recursive bow, I believe? Regardless, attack speed and that Vampiric Scepter going to be available for this Viego as well. But looking at that Yuumi, yet to die, is going to be 0, 0, and 7, trying to be able to keep that last little bit of refilling potion out there, as it does look like the red team trying to go in for another kill.
Death. That's death.
It's not going to be enough, and it will be the Volibear going down. The Viego is going to take that kill, is going to be able to possess the Volibear. A huge stun coming out, but will they be able to continue to keep it going? The Viego is going to be using that Heartbreaker onto the Cho'Gath, and it will be the Cho'Gath going down. And now the Viego looking to get that knock-up, not going to be able to get it just yet. It will be the Lilia getting the kill onto the Vi. Something coming through, but the Viego coming in, not going to be able to possess the Lilia. Does end up getting shut down, but at the end of the day, a positive fight for this blue team. Yet again, the Yuumi coming in clutch as that support player for this blue team, and on top of that, that extended damage with the ADC available. That is going to be extremely difficult for this red team to come through, but it does look like the Twitch is going to be sacrificing his life. Final chapter does come out. The Twitch trying to get the kill, and does end up actually securing a kill with that Yuumi onto the Lee Sin, but the Yuumi and the Twitch both go down. They're going to be able to get that burst back, and that is going to be a lot of extra sustain for the Yuumi and a lot more damage for this Twitch.
You see in chat, Perpetual players talking about Funky needs to deal with that Twitch. Absolutely agree right now. We're getting a little bit more breathing room for the Cho'Gath. I think you can see that they are doing a very excellent job. Funky Formations is bounding back from this. They are managing to, despite the fact that they have had a couple of difficulties in some of these team fights so far, they are not at all without hope of a comeback here. In fact, not all that far behind even now, only down by a single kill. And Cho'Gath is getting bigger and bigger. He's going to be able to take more and more. You can see him taking the heat off in these fights. Did allow, especially in that last engage, did allow Lee Sin to come in and clean up. And that is really going to be the key here. Whether or not the tanks and whether or not Poppy can really hold things down, really keep things well in check, and just allow the Lee Sin to come through and do that damage steadily, consistently. Come in and just go through the burners. Setting up the Lee Sin right now is the play to me for Funky Formation. Meanwhile, the Savants have managed to keep the pressure against the enemy's team. They have managed to win out a lot of these team fights. I saw Tofu in chat as well, talking about composition-wise, Funky really having the edge here. And despite that, Savants have been doing a spectacular job. I think the coordination on this team, the execution of these plays has been absolutely rock solid. The Braum has been able to neutralize a lot with that shield. It really feels like they have the edge so far here in terms of tactics.
Indeed. And I mean, again, I'm talking about just, you know, the very, I think I guess it is a dynamic team comp coming in from this blue team. You got a classic League of Legends lineup with that support coming in from that Yuumi, with the support coming in from the Braum, but it does look like they are going to be going for the initiation. The Volibear is going to go in, getting into that big Hulk form, trying to secure some damage. It is going to be a huge sleep powder coming in from the Lilia, going to get several kills. The Lee Sin is going to take the kill on to the Vi. The Braum is going to go down to the Lee Sin. That's going to be a double kill. Spicy play coming in from the Lee Sin, and now only 2 members alive. A huge knockup. The Rupture coming in from the Cho'Gath is going to secure the kill onto the Twitch, and they're also going to be able to get that health pot out as well. That is going to be Red Team securing the first turret of this game.
Absolutely wild. Is that the first time Twitch has died all game?
It's the second time that Twitch has died died so far. 5, 2, and 5, though, has a majority, more than a majority, of the CS for this blue team. As the Cho'Gath does go down, the Viego trying to do what he can, but the Vi will die as well. The Poppy trying to go in, gets a huge stun. Nicely done, Chain CC coming in onto the Viego, but he's still going to be able to get the double kill. The Yuumi gets a kill onto the Lilia, and the red team overstaying their welcome. The blue team getting a kill on to every member of this red team. It is a red team getting ace, and the blue team able to come back. The ability to be able to buy and come back into this game. They're going to be able to reset and get the first tower against the red team as well. And this game, the first match of this tournament, coming in and being a banger like we expected. Both of these teams performing really well as we move to the 12-minute mark.
Red team got a little bit greedy there. They just did not have the sustain to get into a second fight against Blue coming right out of their base, having the opportunity to pick up those items, once again restock, get their builds right, and come out swinging. As a result, is going to have a trade back, and we are once again hovering at sort of a neutral range. Even kills, just about even gold as well. The slight advantage on the side of the red. The Reds do still have, again, a lot of sustain on their side. They're beefy and only getting beefier. And the question now is whether or not Blue's going to be able to scale with that. We know Braum has been, again, holding things down very, very steady, stoking a lot of damage. We know Viego has been doing a lot of very, very good work there. We know that that Twitch is just unreasonable. So, but they are dealing with steadily more and more difficult team fights ahead.
Yeah, as you take a look at that team fight, you saw the blue team being able to get a nice knockup using that Braum, trying to be able to get that disengage, but Yumi final chapter not out in time. The Braum does end up going down, and the red team then, without being able to get away from that tank that the red team, that the blue team had, meant that all the squishy members of this blue team end up going down. They feel confident, but the support Yumi being able to get that healing coming through, able to get that blue team a lot of damage as we get the Volibear coming through. Another nice rupture coming in from this Cho'Gath as we do get the Vi going down to the Lee Sin. Swirl Seed is going to come out, a lot of poke damage coming in, and the Braum will die to the Cho'Gath. A little bit more damage and a lot more action coming in as the second tower for this blue team is going to go down. In that last little push, when the red team did get ace, the blue team unable to get the turret down in against the red team. That's going to mean that the blue team is now pushing forward. The gold lead is now substantial. 3,000 gold. The moment the Lee Sin is going to escape the Heartbreaker, and now he's going to try to go in against the Twitch. Somehow survives and gets the kill against the Twitch. Another nice knockup coming in from this red team as the Poppy takes the kill onto the Lee Sin. The red team still trying to push forward. The shield coming in for the Volibear is going to get that sustain. Does the red team get the inhibitor to go down? Do they even want the inhibitor to go down at this point? It's going to be enough damage. No, it's not going to be enough. The red team will end up losing their Cho'Gath, but the Volibear and the Poppy so strong. The sustained damage that the Twitch could potentially survive, not enough. The Thornmails coming in clutch for several members of this red team. The blue team trying to get as many kills as they can, recognizing that the battle is over. They will end up all getting aced. They do not get the inhibitor to go down, and the blue team at least able to survive in terms of keeping those super minions from spawning for the time being.
That was a very tactical play. It was a big risk, and it's going to have some counterbalance to it, but I honestly think that was a correct play to make. Getting to be able to pick up those kills at the very end, get that little extra bit of gold, knowing that they have enough time to burn to respawn before blue can get up to their base. They're going to come out hot. Once again, it's going to be repeated what we saw earlier, and that's going to allow them for this potentially the last push they're going to need. I feel like all the cards are falling into place for red team right now. We see in the chat yet again someone mentioning that Poppy being so clutch with that ulti. Very, very good work on their side there, being again very well coordinated. Unlike the last one, in which it feels like they took a bit of a little unnecessary heat. Here, it definitely felt like it was a worthwhile sacrifice to make, to go in for that and then to die, head back, and like I said, get stocked up. Look at Cho. Look at how beefy this man is right now. He's going to be able to soak so much. At least Sin even. Just as beefy at this point. They have the strength they need. All they need to do is be very careful. Don't over-engage. Don't go in too early. But really, it feels like Savant should have the advantage on just about every aspect on paper for this next team fight. So now the question is, what does Blue do here to disrupt that game plan? What do they do to shake things up so they can push them back? Because at this point, they need a little bit of snowball action themselves before they are ready to push base.
Right, but I mean, the question is, do they even have the ability to do that now? The red team having the early game advantage, when the blue team in the early game definitely felt like they could have potentially done a little bit more. The fact that they haven't been able to get a turret to go down, the red team just feeling so much more coordinated. Those abilities to be able to, or the ability to have that Thornmail on the Cho'Gath, on the Volibear, and on the Poppy means that that Twitch ADC damage that he could potentially have in the early game is now no longer going to be viable, even for the Viego, as well as we get another engage coming through. Final chapter, a huge root coming in from the Yumi. All 5 members of the red team kind of stacked up, and the Twitch is going to be able to do his thing, trying to get as much damage as he can out. The Viego going to be able to get the several possessions coming through. The Volibear now on the way. So much movement speed, and it will be the Poppy end up going down. Nicely done coming in from the blue team. A huge combination ultimate coming in from that Yumi, getting several members of the red team rooted, and the Twitch not touched in that last team fight. The blue team coming back strong. Yes, the red team was able to get that inhibitor, but now the blue team going to try to be able to push forward. They're going to be able to get that first turret to go down, and maybe even a second.
That was a wild encounter, and yet, notice that not all of the red team is down. They've managed to walk out of that without a wipe coming through again. And the Cho'Gath being back is honestly more than enough for them to be able to pull ahead and start another engage. Eaton there gets the first shutdown, and as they move forward, will be ready for a full-on assault. It's just so wild seeing how pivotal the Lee Sin and the Cho'Gath can be in a lot of these fights in terms of just soaking things up and hurting bad. As someone who, again, a little bit of bias because I love myself Cho'Gath, but there's the ability to get that, any champion with an ability that can slow, that can hit in mid-range, and that scream that silences, one of the best silences in the game in my opinion, is so effective in these very, very densely packed areas.
Well, the red team is still going to be able to use the extra health that they have to be able to produce even more kills against the blue team. The Twitch does get the kill onto the Lilia, but in exchange, I think that they will take that trade. They lose one champion on the blue team and one Nexus turret going down. Every single push that the red team has been doing in these last couple of pushes has been able to be a net positive experience for this red team. Able to get several kills, able to get a structure to go down. First it was the outer turret, then the inner turret, and it just feels like it's a rinse and repeat play coming in from this red team. They're going to just throw all of that tankiness into the blue team. They're going to say, okay, we know that you can't get all this tankiness down in time. We're going to be able to push forward, get several objectives, maybe even some kills as well, being able to get that tower, and now the blue team down to one structure remaining. It is just one Nexus turret still alive, and we're going to see if they are able to continue to keep up this positive momentum. And at this point, I feel like they're going to be able to. Those Thorn Mails coming in for the red team, just being so strong against the Viego, against the Twitch. No use of any sort of grievous wounds, it looks like, coming in from the red team, but the Yuumi still not being able to keep these squishy members of the blue team up long enough to be able to get those fights. You saw the Cho'Gath. That feast is just doing so much in terms of true damage against some of these players. If a rupture comes through onto the Viego, onto the Twitch, it could potentially spell doom for this red team, and at least one blue team member may go down. This Lilia, though not being able to do too much work in terms of that, is going to be coming in using that sleeping powder. Going to be able to get several members asleep, but we're going to get the assaulted battery coming in from the Vi. Pins and needles coming through from the Twitch is going to be able to secure the kill onto the Lee Sin. The Vi trying to do what he can. The blue team still trying to get themselves going. They are going to be able to come back through. Renan's Hurricane is now available for the Twitch, but the health is just so substantial for this red team. Yes, the red team is going to get aced yet again, but they take several members of the blue team down with them, and the last structure is going to go down as well. It means that both Nexus turrets are down, the inhibitor is down, and every single opportunity that the red team will have to push forward will just be to be able to push those objectives in. But again, the rinse and repeat coming out, the red team able to get those structures, which are extremely valuable in this game, to be able to secure the win. Yes, the red team did get aced, but is the blue team going to be able to even get a structure to go down before the red team responds? It looks like the answer may be yes, but they're not going to be able to get to that inhibitor. They won't be able to even get the tower to go down. The Lee Sin taking the kill onto the Braum, and the blue team disengaging yet again. They're not able to get that inner turret to go down, and the red team base remains intact.
It's a rough situation here. Red has a very strong advantage, and this might be the final push. They are preparing right now for what could be, if they win another team fight. They've been winning team fights consistently at this point. The last couple of engagements, they get the Nexus. This might be it, and so Blue has to be very well prepared. They have to have a counter strategy, knowing that they got no tower defense. They somehow need to win a fight without any extra damage being taken off of their opponents as a result, which already was not enough. Already, they had enough sustain to tank through it. Look at those health bars. Look at how thick they are. They already had enough to deal with the tower to deal with tower diving while also getting in there. And now this just might be the last run up into an outright crush.
Right. As you take a look at that replay over there on your screen, you see just the Cho'Gath and the rest of the red team just saying, hey, you know what? We're going to be able to tank through. We're going to be able to get that damage to go down. But on live, we're going to see the red team trying to go in for that push. So much damage coming in with all blue team members clumped up together. That Volibear passive and the lightning coming through. The Lee Sin is going to try to get the kill on the Volibear. Does end up getting the kill onto the Viego. It is all 5 members of the blue team down. The health bars of the red team able to sustain and push through the damage that the blue team might have come through, and the red team is going to be able to secure themselves the win here in this contest. Congratulations to, I believe that is the Savant. Oh, no, it's the oh my goodness,
Funky Formation?
Yeah, Funky Formation to be able to get those kills. It might have been the Savants. I'm so bad with names, to be honest with you. I can barely remember my own name. I know the red team, though, was able to take that win. Congratulations. They are able to secure themselves that victory, and it is going to be a huge win. They are able to push forward into this best-of-1 series, and the health bars, my man, just too strong.
Absolutely.
Very nicely done.
Tank champions, man. Tank champions in ARAM. It's impossible. At the same time, it is sometimes pretty easy. I won't say easy, possible to focus up on. You get yourself a tank champ. You get somebody like Cho. You get somebody like, I don't know. You want to get yourself a like a Volibear, Nunu, somebody that can really build up sustain, and you can focus them and get them down. But when you have more than one, when you have that many tank champions, it's incredibly difficult just to get things down. As a result, the other team was going to have an easier time with that slow keep up. We saw earlier on the Savants putting in a lot of work, advancing pressure, getting things laid down. Blue team was able to get a lot of early game kills, but once Red started to get built, once Red started to get the items they needed under their belt, and once Cho started getting stacks, it became just so difficult to do that burst damage. You saw that flash that would kill under normal circumstances instead was just taking off that good, 80%. Not enough. They get to survive, push ahead, take a little bit off that tower, rinse and repeat. It was I said it before, I'll say it again, a snowball effect that really just never stopped building in red team's favor.
Right. I feel like for the red team, being able to get the kill or to be able to get those thorn mails early on, to be able to secure that extra sort of grievous wounds that come in from that thorn mail, that was the important part. Yes, there is grievous wounds on that thorn mail, so the Yuumi was doing a little bit less healing in that regard. I believe maybe if the Yuumi didn't get hit or anything like that, maybe didn't do that much, but still being able to get that auto attack damage back onto the Twitch, making sure that he is always in potential danger of going down, is really difficult for that red team to be able to respond to. The Viego also having that issue as well. Really nicely done. I feel like they were just able to perform well into that mid game. Like you were saying, in that early game, the blue team was able to push forward, and that's, when I felt like the blue team had the most advantage in the contest. But once you said, when the Cho'Gath was able to get those feast stacks in, once the health bars started to grow above 3k, above 4k, it was just so much damage that the red team had against the blue team. The strategy was there from the beginning for the red team. They knew exactly what they had to do. They said, okay, we got to hold on until we get to the 10, the 12, the 15 minute mark when we have those health bars available. And then every single time that they went against the blue team, even though they might have lost several champions in the fight, they always took a few champions down with them, and they were able to secure structure damage that the blue team was not able to respond to. It just felt like the pendulum was always pushing in the red team's direction. The blue team was never able to recover, never able to get that good team fight on their terms. And that is what the blue team really needed to do in that contest, is they needed to be able to put in that fight on their terms. They were playing on the defensive the entire time, and the red team just being able to capitalize on that, getting the lanes pushing through, getting those minions pushed up to the tower. It was just so difficult at that point for the blue team to be able to come back from that big deficit in terms of just momentum against them.
It was a wild game to watch in action, but as far, of course, from the final game, we still have so much more to get through just in our terms of our first round. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. We are cutting to a quick break, but do not go too far because we will be back in just a little bit with even more League of Legends action. And welcome back once again. We return just like I promised you with even more absolutely phenomenally well-stocked and well-locked and loaded League of Legends action. Once again, the Trovo Birthday Bash is back. As we get into things, I am so excited to see what we have coming up again. Trovo Titans once again coming to us with even more action. Another run up into our fantastic prize pool. Thomas, what do you have to say about what we've already seen so far?
I mean, we've seen a lot of health bars is what we've seen already in that last game. Health is obviously a valuable resource in ARAM, and I'm interested to see if we're going to be seeing another one of those hyper really tanky teams available for a team in this contest to be able to just snowball through and just bulldoze their way into their enemy's base. But just because you had that really strong team comp in that first game that we had doesn't mean it's going to happen again. We could see some wacky team comps coming through, things that you would never expect, and that is the power of ARAM and how crazy it can be. But again, want to shout out to Trovo Titans birthday bash 1 year anniversary. Well, I don't remember what I was doing at 1 year old, but this certainly wasn't as spectacular as this. I can tell you that much.
Nothing is impressive. I wasn't giving anyone $3,000
there you
on
go.
my first birthday.
$7,500 in total though for that prize pool. That is a lot of that. I mean, let's be real. That is a lot of money, especially for some of these gamers. When you're talking about some of these gamers being able to get into these or get into a tournament, win it, and potentially walk away with $3,000 in that first prize pool, that could mean a lot to some of these players. I mean, I'm sure that some of these players are, still, 16, 17, 18, developing, as it were. I mean, I knew when I was growing up and I was, a young sprout and a younger fellow, I knew even $100 was a big deal. So $600, like that's a huge chunk of change for anybody to be able to get. $3,000 for a team, that really shows, I mean, as a team that you guys are that the team themselves is formidable. And so it's all extremely fun, a lot on the line, but at the end of the day, it's all about having that good fun as well. It is extremely important at the end of the day that it is always fun. GG, WP, every single one. GLHF, good luck, have fun for every single game. That is the goal, but also being able to perform well, getting at least into this bracket and being able to produce those Titan points as well. Hope you guys are all in that Discord community already, but if not, definitely join the Trovo Discord. I'm falling apart here, tongue twisters in my voice, but I do not have enough time to get tongue twisted, as we are going to go into the Howling Abyss, not the Twisted Tree Line, but the Howling Abyss here in this contest. Blue team going to be Malzahar, Kale, Lulu, Nunu, and Tristana facing off against the red team with the Rek'Sai, with the Vi, the Syndra, the Janna, and the Aurelia. So a bit of another dynamic team comp coming in from both of these teams. Caleb, oh my goodness, this is even more wild than the last one.
It sure is. I'm looking at that lineup and I'm already sweating. My God, Kale, Lulu, and Nunu. This is my God.
Oh my God!
Immediately,
that was a huge knockup.
Oh, immediately, that sends a message. That sends a strong message.
You do not go into that brush. You are going to get knocked up, and you will not like it. That is crazy, but absolutely. I mean, we were talking about Nunu in the pregame show. Nunu can be extremely strong, but looking at this team comp for the blue team, my word, the ability to have that Kale and have that invincibility for a couple of seconds using her ultimate, huge for this blue team. You could potentially get that Nunu to be able to go through and get that absolute zero, that max damage coming through. Malzahar not going to be able to get out of that channel if the Kale wants to coordinate that. You got the knock-up coming in from the Lulu and the Tristana. A much better consistent ADC player than the Twitch, especially when she's able to get into 3 items, when she's able to get to 2, 3, 4 items in this game. But we got a lot of CC coming in from the red team as well. Janna with the ability to get those tornadoes. You got another Vi coming in, so 2 Vi's in a row here in the contest. That's our first champion that we've seen twice here today, but all other 9 champions, the first time that we've seen them in this contest. The red team not only getting that Vi with the knockup that they've got with the Q, but also with the Vault Breaker, but we've also got the E coming in from the Syndra, as the Vi already getting some knockup damage onto the Nunu. There's just so much CC that is available for this red team. Maybe the blue team is not going to be able to get those good channels for their ultimates. That's what I'm extremely worried about. This Malzahar, that ultimate probably not going to be as effective as it could be, because it's going to be interrupted out of it so quickly. Again, those new snowballs coming in and knocking up several members of the red team, but so far, no one going down, everyone securing damage, and we have got ourselves a very tight early game in this contest.
It's gonna be very interesting to watch this build up. That Kale, I can guarantee, is gonna be a big issue. Any champion you can have in ARAM is gonna give you extra sustain, can be pivotal. Just the ability to get into fights consistently, be able to fall back, soup up a little bit, get some heals going, and then get back into that fight is very, very key, especially when you do have some squishier players on your team. That Malzahar is really gonna appreciate it. Certainly that Tristana is gonna appreciate it. I know I would have played a little bit of Tristana here.
Right.
And Tristana has a couple of targets on Jack Sparrow here that can be excellent pickoff targets. He can focus that Syndra, he can focus that Vi, really work on getting some of these champions down. There is a lot of potential here. It seems like HDMS XD definitely has won the one when it comes to their draft picks. The question is now, does Jack Sparrow have a good counter strategy? Their champion's not bad by any means. They got to be very, very well coordinated to make them work well together, because they cannot allow HTMS XD to get that early game build.
What really scares me right now for this red team is some of the squishy champions that they have in this matchup. They have a Janna, they've got themselves an Aurelia, and they've got themselves a Syndra. Most likely, the Aurelia are going to be building more damage than health. Might be going more tanky. I mean, you never know. Well, it's still early in the game, but I mean, as you saw in that last game, a lot of health is extremely valuable. But at the end of the day, I mean, you got a Rek'Sai and the Vi being those bruisers, Aurelia potentially being that duelist, that assassin. You got the Syndra and the Janna for your backline. So potential for a lot of burst damage, a lot of really good opportunity to be able to secure some good play in that regard. But there's a lot of skill that is involved in the red team being able to do that. But their single target DPS damage with the Rek'Sai being able to get in with that ultimate, the Vi being able to use that assault and battery coming through, the Syndra, if they're able to get that extra good damage, it could be very difficult for the blue team to be able to stay alive. But once you shoot your shot on the red team, if the blue team is able to sustain, if they're able to survive out of that initial engage, the blue team is going to be able to go back in and able to get that sustain a lot more. That Kale is just going to start becoming monstrous as we get into the middle and late stages of the game. Remember, for Kale, the longer that she is on the Rift, the higher level that she is, the more powerful that her abilities become. So the longer that this game plays out, I feel like it favors the blue team. The red team gonna have to try to come through as we do get the Malzahar coming in. A lot of damage, but the Absolute Zero is gonna get denied by that tornado coming in from the Janna. Oh my goodness, a beautiful Kale ultimate gonna get the invulnerability onto the Tristana, but we are gonna see the snowball coming in from the Aurelia, gonna get first blood, but will go down to the Nunu. It is 1-for-1 at the moment. The Tristana will die, as well as the Aurelia, but so far the defense holds for the blue team. The red team, though, their health bars are extremely low, and now the Nunu trying to go in. Vaultbreaker going to come in onto the Vi, but the Vi will not be able to survive. The red team losing their second member, and the blue team able to stop the aggression that the red team had in the early game. Not allowing the red team to push forward is going to allow the blue team now to get themselves into that positive state, pushing the wave back against the red team base. They only lost one member, and that was the Tristana, which does mean that she's able to go back. That is a lot of extra power that she is able to get with that Vampiric Scepter, a dagger, and a longsword to boot as well. Still has that Poro snack, though, so got to worry about that. The Kale trying to go in, gets a kill, will go back themselves. But I think that was a calculated death from the Kale. They recognized that the red team was pushed in. It means that she's able to go back, and she is extremely powerful in that regard when she's able to get back and get those items. The Syndra going to die as well as the red team pushes forward. The Root is going to come in onto the Janna, and the Janna themselves will die as well. So, all right, we're seeing the back and forth play. I think the red team and the blue team both making calculated decisions to go for those specific deaths to be able to get those extra items. Oh my goodness, the Kale gonna come back from that death with a full item. That Gnasher's Tooth is gonna be available, that extra attack speed and that extra bit of ability damage that comes in with those autos. Gonna be extremely potent, but now the Lulu is gonna go down as well. Absolute Zero is gonna come in for the Nunu. So much damage coming in, and it's going to be King Kappa going to take down Wild Turtle there. The Tristana being able to get that good damage in. The Aurelia is extremely low, but the Malzahar now in a bad spot, realizing that he is going to die, will go down. That's Liptio taking the kill, and Jack Sparrow able to stop the aggression coming in from the blue team yet again. But if you look at the blue team members that died, it was the Lulu, it was the Malzahar. Though every single member on this blue team now only with one death, everyone going to be able to go back, getting their first buy, as we do get another team fight potentially coming through. A little bit of damage coming in onto the Nunu. Not going to be able to go down, but still being able to stop that aggression. Sorry, it wasn't the Lulu that died, it was the Nunu that died. But he comes back with that Sunfire Aegis. We've got the Shurelia's Battle Song ready for the Lulu as well. That extra movement speed is going to be clutch coming in for this game. As we do get this oppression coming in from the Malzahar, the Aurelia not able to do anything about it, and the red team not able to come back, and they will lose their Aurelia. That a bruiser assassin player going down, and now the blue team with the extra man on the Abyss is going to be able to push forward and potentially get some more damage onto this first turret.
This is wild so far, watching how quickly HDS MXD has managed to get themselves into this kind of a situation. Again, every snowball lands. Every Nunu snowball has been able to hit something. Being able to so consistently land, that has been a big help for Tristana. Of course, doing what Tristana does and applying that ranged damage, trying to get past Nunu to get to her, it's going to be borderline impossible, especially with Lulu on the case, making sure that the enemy team is well and heavily debuffed. Despite this, Jack Sparrow does still have some advantages on their side. They got some very, very strong burst damage. And speaking of burst damage, oh no, that is going to be a bad engage for Jack Sparrow, diving in and getting consumed. That is absolutely going to be an ace. They're all down.
Oh man, that was really good. The Syndra, the only member alive, but dying a little bit before that. Did you see that Tristana E, the grenade damage on the turret, actually going to kill the Aurelia there? She was so close to going down. The Aurelia dies, and then the red team says, we've got to be able to defend this turret. And so you see the Vi trying to go through with that assault and battery. The Rek'Sai, the Janna trying to do what they can, but they're not going to be able to. The red team is going to try to do what they can, and they are going to be able to push back the blue team for the time being, but they are losing several members. The Kayle trying to do what they can in terms of surviving, but the blue team still going to be going down. The Aurelia going to be able to blade dance in and will secure that damage. Meanwhile, you just got to see that little bit of a replay there. You got to see the over-engagement there coming in from that red team. They lost all 5 members in that engagement. It does mean that the blue team is able to get not only a lot of damage onto the outer turret, but then taking down the outer turret and the inner turret out of that play. They're going to also take down the inhibitor. But at the other end of the spectrum, the red team able to push them back, and they themselves are going to be able to get an ace. But because the blue team got aced and they got all of that gold, it is the blue team in the advantage item-wise for this next engagement. The pendulum has swung in their favor, and will they be able to continue to keep up this pushing power? The red team is going to have to play on a deficit for the time being, and are they going to be able to keep this game going, or will the red team just continue to fall short? Will they continue to not be able to get these structures to go down? These snowballs coming in from the Nunu have been absolutely terrifying, and we're going to see another one come through.
No.
The snowball going to come through from the Summoner Spell snowball going to come in, but the roots will not land. We're going to get the Nunu flashing in for that absolute zero. He's going to get stunned, but it won't be enough. The Assault and Battery is coming in for the Vi, but not early enough. The Kayle is going to take the kill onto the Vi. The Malzahar being able to use his ultimate to secure a kill himself. The red team is in shambles. Oh my goodness, a huge flash. The Kayle is going to get a triple kill. The Nunu gets the shutdown onto the Aurelia, and no member of the blue team goes down. It is Syndra against the world here in this contest, trying to defend the Nexus. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this defense up. The Rek'Sai is up. The Vi is also up. We're not going to see them be able to get any kills just yet. The Vi does get the kill on the Tristana. The Nunu going to be able to secure the kill. The Kayla is going to get several kills. And now another double kill coming in. And he looking for more. The invincibility coming in clutch yet again. Going to keep the Nunu alive for a little bit more time. The Malzahar, the Kale, the Nunu doing what they can. They're going to push into the Nexus. And the blue team, HIS MXD, going to be able to secure the win in this game, taking down Jack Sparrow in a style there at the end of that contest.
That was a wild win. Big props again to HTSMXD for that phenomenal finish up. We are gotten your acronym wrong many times over the course of this broadcast, but I assure you nothing but respect for that big win. Another step closer to that $3,000 first place prize.
Oh yeah, oh man, a big chunk of change ready to go. And it is an exciting couple of games already. This bracket is proving to be a thriller through and through. Two very exciting games, but yet again here in these contests, it was the team that was able to get themselves into that early advantage, to be able to get themselves that pushing power to come through. You saw the red team with that first early aggression against the blue team. They were able to push in first, but then after that first engagement, after level 6, the blue team was able to come back in, secure several kills, push the pendulum into their favor, and were able to get those kills. That huge KO ultimate onto the Tristana, keeping them alive. Yes, she does die, but the Aurelia goes down as well, and the red team just in shambles after that. Look at that big play coming in from the Tristana, getting the E onto the Janna, actually. But regardless, you saw the Assault and Battery coming in from the Vi, another great absolute zero coming in from the Nunu, and it will be the blue team just after that first initial engagement getting the positive advantages in these team fights. The red team just unable to secure the damage necessary against some of these very high value targets. The Kale ultimates, that divine intervention coming in from the Kale to be able to get that invulnerability on key members of the blue team was clutch to be able to secure themselves the victory here in this game. They are going to move one step closer to winning that first place prize in this bracket, and another fun game completed, but we are far from over.
Absolutely. We are just getting started. Who knows what kind of wild team comps we're going to get next. I'm so excited to continue talking about what we've learned so far about ARAM, as any experience in the league is going to be a learning experience, of course. And all of these team players are so high level that we're getting to see a lot of new interesting dynamics being explored. Quick shout out, of course, to Trovo Titans in the chat saying that this would be remembered as a time Jack Sparrow almost got away. Excellent comment. I'm hoping to see plenty more like it. Be back here just a little bit, because once again, we are coming to a quick break, and after we come out of it, there's going to be plenty more League of Legends ahead, so do not go too far. And welcome back once again. We are here with even more League of Legends action. Once again here with the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. It is going to be another fantastic round of ARAM. I'm super hyped to get back into things. Super hyped to once again see what kinds of team compositions we're going to be able to get and what kinds of strategies our fantastically skilled players will be able to come up with as a result.
Caleb, it's like rolling the dice every single time. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get in ARAM. And we have seen some incredible team comps and some incredible plays already coming in from our teams earlier today in our 8-team Trovo Titans League of Legends ARAM bracket. $7,500 gold, $7,500 on the line, $3,000 for that first place prize. And it has already been an exciting show. But speaking of Trovo Titans, that 1-year birthday bash, a beautiful birthday present would be to hype it up on Twitter, at their Instagram, at their Facebook, at Trovo Titans. A lot of fun and exclusive content available there. Really fun to join up, especially if you're wanting to get those Titan points. You want to join the Trovo Discord. You want to be able to get that coming through. But we are now ready to jump into our next game. This is going to be a fun one for sure as we get both teams now ready to jump in for this Howling Abyss ARAM tournament. Looking over at the blue team, we got the Sejuani, Corki, Zyra, Camille, and Ezreal coming in from the blue team. Meanwhile, for the red, Yasuo, Kha'Zix, Teemo, Orianna, and Shaco. This is a very interesting combination coming in from both teams. In terms of, for the red team, you've got that Yasuo and that Orianna potential ball delivery system coming in from the Shaco being able to go invisible into the enemy backline potentially to get that huge shockwave into the Yasuo ultimate. That could be huge for the red team. But looking at that blue team, look at how much damage they could potentially have available. That Ezreal with that poke damage, that Corki as well. You have got a lot of sustained marksman damage coming in, along with a bruiser in the Camille, along with a tank or a magey support in that Zyra, and then a tanky player in that Sejuani. It's going to be a battle of very high damage teams coming in from both competitors. The salty runback with that Corki, with that Ezreal, going to be up against the Pico fan club. We got the Kha'Zix, we got the Teemo, we got the action with the Shaco. And I mean, honestly, both of these comps, they're so wacky. I have no idea who's going to be able to take this one.
It's going to be an intense one. These matchups are great. I'm getting to see some Kha'Zix out there. Sejuani has me very worried on the side of the salty run back with the blue team. I gotta admit, there's a lot of things out here that I am concerned about. That Zyra is going to be a very pivotal influence, I feel like, as well on the balance of this. But overall, we're seeing a lot of damage potential on the PECOE fan club side of things, to the point where it seems very bursty, but I'm worried about the sustain. I feel like early on today with our first couple of matches, we've really seen the power that our tankiers, our supports, and our top laners are able to bring to the table in these interactions.
Oh, that's going to be first blood, though. The Ezreal coming in, taking it to the Demon King himself, the Teemo. Gonna go down. The Ezreal getting first blood, and the blue team off to a very quick start. Now, for the red team, they do have the advantage with that Yasuo wind wall kick to potentially come in clutch, able to deny the potential projectile damage coming in from that Glacial Prison, coming in from the Sejuani. Is it a Glacial Prism or a Glacial Bola or whatever it is for that Sejuani ultimate? Could come in huge, but if the Yasuo is able to use that wind wall effectively, they could deny the True Shot Barrage, the missiles coming in from the Corki, the Zyra root, if he's able to get it coordinated correctly. So a lot of potential for outplay opportunities coming in from this red team. But also, this blue team being able to push forward. At the end of the day, it is objectives that count towards getting you the victory. Whoever succeeds in getting the Nexus taken care of is going to be able to win this contest. And it's a best of one series as well. You must win every single game. There is no room for error, which makes the champion selection picks that you have so pivotal and so important in these games.
Absolutely. We have seen it time and time again thus far. And of course, if you've been in ARAM, if you've been in the scene for a hot minute, then you're going to be very familiar with exactly the kind of balance that ARAM has, that very unique feel where you can constantly feel that building tension like we have right now. Someone is going to get one exchange here, that tower is going to go down, and they're going to have to die for it. I feel like Pegaway Fan Club waiting for their chance to strike, but again, they cannot overextend here. They are all so squishy. When they make their move, it has to be big and it has to be coordinated because they have to kill everybody fast. It's got to be one piece at a time. That might be the first one. See a couple of chunks getting taken off there, but Zyra's going to successfully retreat. Corki applying some damage there, keeping them at bay. Can't really rush in too well because, again, that damage is going to build up if they are not careful.
Right, and at the moment, I mean, the blue team has been able to push forward. They're doing exactly what a team with a lot of high ADC damage has to do in the early game. We've got level 5 tower, tier 1 tower going down for the red team. Not even ultimates online for either team at this moment. We are seeing the blue team, though, going to have those ultimates ready. The wind wall is going to come out to be able to stop the Corking, be able to get that early damage, the double kill, the true shot, Barrage coming in, and a shockwave coming in from the Orianna in response. But unfortunately, with not a lot of damage, she's unable to do much with it.
Oh no, Eaton!
Oh no, it's going to be the Zyra taking the kill against the Kha'Zix, and then the Corki and the Ezreal going to be able to come in, get that sustained damage coming through. Yes, the red team does lose multiple members. The Shaco going to put the Shiv against the Zyra. The plant goes down, and then so too does the Yordle Pirate. The red team is going to get the ace against the blue, but at what cost? The blue team's going to be able to come back with that extra gold, and on top of that, they've already gotten over 60% of the tower damage against that tier 2 turret for the for the red team. So it is going to be a rough play so far coming in for this red team. They're going to have to try to continue to keep that momentum going, because now with the red team being able to get those ultimates up, to have the ability to be able to get those really nice combos coming through, it could potentially spell doom for the Salty run back. But at the moment, they've been able to push forward. As you can already see, the bombs, the Teemo is going to be there trying to make sure that the brush is covered with those mushrooms, and we're going to see if they're able to use that to their advantage to push back this blue team early game advantage.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what Pekaway Fan Club does here to get this into their favor. They've got a lot of obstacles ahead of them. Sejuani's already got too much health. Between the Corki and the Zyra, you're not getting in very easily at all. The Camilla, it's just a nightmare right now for them. They, again, have some incredible burst damage, though, which means that they have a lot of potential for comeback here. Take a look at this replay and just looking at how pivotal the Zyra is being already. I'm hunting for the answer here, because they've got to figure out a good progression when it comes to who they're going to target to just sort of peel away layers of this so they can actually get in and win one of these team fights. They got to be able to prioritize who's going to go down first. And I'd imagine you've got to try and do, because I would want to get rid of the Corki first, but you can't. You're not going to be able to get in with everybody else giving it problems. So I'd imagine you're going to have to go for the Camilla first, try to go for the Ezreal possibly, and once one of those big ADs isn't through, then you probably focus Zyra. But again, all the while, Corki is nailing you down. You're getting chipped away at constantly. It seems like no matter what, they're going to have to go for an engage that is going to cost them. So Pekaway Fan Club is going to have to trade to get anybody down.
What an early progression coming in from this blue team. The snowball has already come through. The Zyra is going to get the kill onto the Kha'Zix with the Sejuani also securing a kill against the Yasuo yet again. The red team not able to get up their footing, and like it is skating on ice, but without the skates, the red team is just slipping further and further down the slope. The red team with the huge advantage right now on the snowmobile, moving forward, getting it done. What is the red team going to be able to do? So much damage coming in onto the Sejuani, but it's not going to be enough to get several members of the team down. The Camille, being that bruiser, is able to get a lot of damage in. The red team now has 4 members extremely low here in this contest. The Shaco extremely low. The True Shot Barrage does not connect, but the blue team still trying to push forward. The super minions are already ready. The Camille is very close to death. She will die, but Oh, another nice Yasuo ultimate going to be able to get a lot of damage, but not before the red team was able to get, or blue team was able to get several members down. Yes, the Ezreal and the Corki do die, but they take 2 champions down with them, the Shaco and the Yasuo. But again, like I was saying, it's the blue team that is going down the hill with a huge snowball right now that they have built from the early game into only an 8-minute matchup right now. Oh my goodness, the Zyra gets the kill onto the Orianna. I can't even analyze because this blue team is just running away with this game right now.
Absolutely.
Or blue team, I should say.
Yeah, Salty Run Back really have the upper hand. They've got all the cards so far. But again, Microwave Fan Club has some not broken. I have a tendency of saying that anytime I'm very excited about. They got some great champions on their side. They've got Shaco, they've got Yasuo, they've got Teemo. They've got some very, very strong champions here. It can be very effective. Again, I'm a Kha'Zix player, so I know he's going to have a lot of problems on this mode. Again, like just the difficulty in being able to like get any kills off because of how squishy you can be. But that leap can be very pivotal, getting in and out of danger. The cloak is I don't have quite the jungle advantage I'd like. But
goodness.
Oh, God.
That was huge. Did you see that Corki being able to drop the payload and splitting up the red team? I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but
it was
that
a beautiful play.
A hype play coming in from this Corki with a huge play of this game, maybe the play of the game. You might have saw it a little bit earlier, the Orianna actually putting in that shockwave at nobody, maybe a misclick, maybe trying to get someone out of position, but unfortunately catches no one in that one. And now the blue team has both Nexus turrets down. A huge root coming in from the Zyra. The Yasuo will be able to get the kill onto the Ezreal. The Shaco will go down, but at the moment, the blue team, with that huge play coming in from the Corki, splitting up the red team there in that team fight, going to be able to secure both Nexus turrets down.
It is wild so far. Salty Runback just might be going for a pretty early game push for that victory. We see some salt in the chat right now, some support from one of our teams. Love to see it, as again, they certainly earned it. Look at how hard they are crushing it right now. But like I said, I feel like they got a really great comp for this. If there's anything that you come into ARAM, I feel like expecting, it is ADCs and mid laners and things like that to carry things away. But if there's anything that's been proven time and time again, primarily because if you don't have a lot of health, you can't spend the time in lane getting anything. You have no means of getting health back until the next time you die. So the chance that either you have somebody that's able to heal on your side or you just have a bottomless pool of HP to deal with are really the ones that are able to stay here, continue farming, continue grinding, and get those steady kills, and they end up being the cornerstones of these big team fights. Team fights like this breaking out. There goes Kha'Zix. Corki getting the shutdown and pushing further ahead. He's about to catch another body. It looks like, no, Shaco's getting away. He might escape, has some defense, but again, look at how little health they have left. There's no way he can get back and engage in another fight after that.
And that is going to be the red team all going down. Not quite the ace, but it is going to be the destruction of the red team Nexus. The Salty Run Back, honestly, with the better draft in this fight. The red team just unable to get into that positive momentum state at all in that contest. It was like a 4-minute first tower going down. That was a very quick one and done type of game for the Salty Runback, who was able to confirm the victory here in this contest, not wasting any time. They knew the advantages that they had in the early game with that Ezreal, with that Corki, and once the level 6 hit, that is when the red team, hey, you know, once we get level 6, we've got to be able to push it back. We've got to be able to make the Salty Run Back just salty at that point, but they were never able to get it. The mountain of sodium coming in from the blue team, from the Salty Run Back, was just way too strong. As you look at to see the continued team fights coming through, yes, the blue team does go down. Every member going to die out of that first fight. The red team does get the ace, but look at it, 4 minutes and 15 seconds into this contest and almost the tier 2 tower going down. It means that the red team never even getting the chance to go up against that Nexus. Take a look again at this huge Corki play going to be splitting up the team. No, that's not the Corki play just yet. That'll probably be the next one. The Yasuo being able to get those kills, but even then, with the Yasuo getting that nice ultimate, the Corki and the Ezreal being able to secure that one. Now take a look at the quirky play right here. You drop in that payload, splitting up the red team. Huge play coming in from the blue team. Definitely the play of this game in my mind. And the Salty run back off of that play, able to get those Nexus turrets to go down. And at the end of the day, it was the win. Congratulations to the blue team. The Salty run back coming in with this victory will move forward into round 2 of this tournament. And it was a solid game from start to finish for that blue team, the Salty run back.
It was spectacular. I'm getting really, really excited for when these first round winners are going to be going head to head.
Right.
We've seen some solid starts here that are proven not just, we've talked a lot about the ARAM strategies and the champion picks and how that's going to affect things, but also these are some high tier players. And I feel like that level of coordination they have, again, working with a team is the most advantageous thing in League. So when you were in sync with everybody else, when you know what your buddies' team specialties are and things like that, when you have that good sense to you and you're able to say, all right, he managed to pull something that is in one of his roles. He plays a decent mid laner. I know how to play off of that. That coordination is going to be pivotal, not only coming up with how do I deal with my champion, but what can my team do? And we'll get to see plenty of examples of exactly that after a quick break. To not go too far once again, as God only knows what is waiting for us in our next round matchup. You're not going to want to miss even a moment of it. Once again, the Trovo Titans birthday bash will be right back after this quick break. And welcome back once again. It is time for us to dive into some League of Legends action. I am so excited to be back into things because we are getting closer and closer to the very, very exciting position of finding out who's going to be the first to be guaranteed a spot in that prize money winning position. And then we can get down to who's going to be going after that first place $3,000. I am still not even able to say that without losing my mind a little bit. It's hard to conceptualize that we are really fighting for that much money for first.
You know, that hat, that Trovo hat, it's made out of emeralds is what it is, with those diamond hands as well, coming in and bringing in that cash. And our teams are going to be playing, and they have been playing really hard to be able to secure themselves victories here in this contest. Caleb, we have had some fantastic games already, but we are far from getting this game, or from having this tournament be concluded. We are super pumped to be able to jump in to our next game. This one is going to be the last game in that top 8 bracket. This is the last match before you get into that top 4. And remember, if you're part of that top 4 teams, you are guaranteed money in this contest. You are guaranteed at least $1,250 if you're able to get into that top 4. So, I mean, that's a pretty good chunk of change for a couple of hours of work here in League of Legends, having that fun, being able to get into this point, not only being able to get that money, but also being able to get those Trovo points as well. Those Titan points, so valuable. And that's how players like you guys, the viewers as well, are going to be able to get those Titan points, participate in the community, and get yourself potentially some cash at the end of the season. But speaking of cash, we have got ourselves another fun game here in this contest, and we are going to get ready to jump into it momentarily, in about 45 seconds or so. Looking over at the blue team, we've got Kindred, we've got Lucian, we've got Gwen, Lux, and Sona facing off against the red team with the Trundle, with the Gnar, with the Cassiopeia, and the and the Pantheon, and the Ivern as well. I am very curious to see how this Ivern is going to play out. It is either going to be the most broken champion in this contest with Daisy, or it's going to do absolutely nothing for this red team. But speaking of ultimates, this red team, once they get level 6, I am so scared for the blue team. Yes, you've got the Cullen coming in, and you got that Lux and that Sona coming through. The ability for the Lux and Sona to be able to get in that crescendo from the Sona into that final spark from the Lux could be absolutely massive. But you've got the Pantheon going to be able to come in from above and get that good ultimate with the ability to get back into lane, maybe go into the back line as well. The Trundle able to sap HP and stats from any member of this blue team. And if you're looking at these blue team stat members right now, they are all extremely squishy. We could potentially see a beautiful Gnar ultimate for the Cassiopeia to get those stuns, and quite honestly, I think it's going to boil down to who's going to have the better team fight here in this contest once level 6 occurs.
Excellent question. We are once again at that beautiful range, which we're just going to be taking it nice and easy, taking a slow road into the build-up, getting ready for what is going to come through. Well, again, ARAM, once it pops off hard, man. I'm very excited to see what our first exchange is going to look like. Again, taking a look at these team comps. As we've talked about, as you can see in chat, people mentioning that team comp is going to be such a huge differential every match. It's going to have such a big impact on how the games go. And it looks like right now, I mean, I'm feeling a lot of good things from Trundle here. I'm feeling a lot of good things from Gnar in terms of this. So I'm feeling like Yiffin Kaboba has a lot of advantages on their side in terms of the comps here. But again, Recamp top is not doing bad either. The Lux, we talked about Lux being pivotal. We talked certainly about that. Sona is going to have a huge impact on this as well. Again, we talk about how important support is going to be. Just the ability to be able to give people a chance to heal where they're not getting a lot of health is huge. And oh boy, here we go.
Oh boy, team fight coming through. A little bit of damage coming in. As we get the Trundle coming up, it is going to be the Ivern being able to drop those brushes. The Gnar able to get out of that one. Not yet Mega here at this point. And so we are going to see the red team and the blue team disengage, but I do believe at this point, neither team wanting to really commit to anything just yet. Once these teams get level 6, it really opens up the contest. The blue team has a lot of very high value ultimates. The same thing with the red team. Kindred, I mean, at the end of the day, what is this Kindred going to be able to do despite the Lamb's respite coming in with that ultimate to be able to drop in the unkillable zone for the blue team, potentially if they get themselves into a bad spot. You've got the Lux and the Sona being able to get that final spark into that crescendo combo, maybe into that culling as well. I don't remember what the Gwen ultimate is called, but I know it's like the stitches that come through from her that are able to deal that really good support and consuming damage. It's going to be very interesting to see what she's going to be able to do in this contest, especially since the ability to go in for that play is extremely potent with that ultimate when it comes out. The Gnar going to come in, not yet level 6. The team fight going to come out. The Gnar is going to be extremely low, but does not die. Will be just fine. The Hollowed Mist coming in from the Gwen, going to be able to keep her alive as well. And so far, I mean, the blue team going to have that little bit of early game advantage pushing forward, but the red team pushing back yet again. Neither team at this point level 6, but again, like I was saying, once level 6 comes out, once that level 6 is available for both of these teams, I think that is going to really boil down here to this one. And chat, I mean, what do you guys expect is going to happen here in this game? What ultimate comp do you think is going to be able to come in and take the win in this contest? Right now, I mean, I feel like it's going to be a little bit easier for the red team to be able to execute those ultimates effectively. I mean, for like I was talking about with that Ivern being that, or I think really the big wild card for this red team. Daisy coming out and could potentially be a huge potential for the red team to be able to secure a lot of damage with that extra knockup coming through. We'll see how that plays out for them. For the blue team, I mean, now we are getting level 6. Will Kindred's Lamb Respite, her ultimate, do more harm than good in these team fights? It's all going to really boil down to how the ultimates are executed for both of these teams. And right now, with both of them level 6, we should be expecting to see an engagement coming in momentarily.
Is going to be wild when this hits off again. We are seeing a lot of power out on the field with these two teams. It definitely, again, I'm still feeling some very threatening energy from Yifeng Boba. There's a very, very strong potential for this team to utilize some pretty effective blows. Cassiopeia out there, I know something I have to trouble with a lot consistently, but also Yifeng Boba just has a lot of power on their team. We are talking about Soju on this team when under the name Gochu Hunter was an ex-pro C9. Tempest was a very, very well-known challenger OTP. We've seen a lot of great stuff. Fang 6 used to play for Echo Fox and Team Impulse.
Oh, wow.
Blower is the coach for Evil Geniuses, former player for FlyQuest, Echo Fox, Impulse, and Team Coast. Brandiani was on CLG, was on Evil Geniuses, TSM, 100 Thieves, Echo Fox. This is, again, a lot of Echo Fox overlap, but just a lot of great records in general, and perhaps even more illustrious on 3 Camp Tops end of things. Hermology is quoted as saying Season 10 accidentally played Electrocute Yasuo 12 times, and he has a 100% win rate with them.
Not 100% win rate for Electrocute Yasuo.
Absolutely.
No way.
Unstoppable.
Don't.
And it's 12 games. That's
come
a
on.
sample size. That's a respectable sample. 3 times even is a coincidence.
Oh,
12
my
times
goodness.
is the pattern.
Almost saw that team fight coming through. That pillar
Ooh,
coming
not
in
quite.
against the Gwen could have been huge to get that first kill. But as you're seeing right now, neither team going down. The Root is going to come in for the Lux, but they aren't able to get any sort of damage onto the Gnar. But yet, at this point in this contest, neither team able to get a kill. It is still 0-0. The blue team is still pushing forward, but we have yet to get anyone to go down, and the team fights have yet to begin. Ivern dropping in those brushes to be able to make sure that the red team is kind of hidden in that area. The blue team does have a little bit of a push forward, but at the end of the day, both of these teams, even in gold, and like you were saying, we've got a lot of top-tier players coming in from both teams. That doesn't mean that it's going to be a good play, though. A huge Gnar ultimate going to come out, and the Pantheon ultimate is going to come in as well. Daisy comes out, Final Spark is going to land, but it's not going to be enough. It's the Pantheon getting first blood onto the Kindred, not even going to be able to use Lambert fights effectively. The Lucian is going to go down as well, and the red team, they are showing their claws claws, and they are extremely sharp. The blue team going to lose the first team fight of this contest. The Gwen trying to defend, trying to get that hollowed mist, will get the kill onto the Pantheon, but will lose her life herself, and it'll cost the Cassiopeia as well. The Gwen is going to go down. Really, really nicely done coming in from this blue team, coming in from this red team as well. The little bit of the extra dive coming in, going to be able to secure that first turret, and the blue team unable to defend against it. The team fight working out really well. Ivern the Daisy coming in really effectively, but a huge Gnar coming in. Gnar ultimate going to be able to get in, get several members out of that play. Look at that ultimate again. Huge play. Not only do they get that Gnar ultimate, but then they use the Trundle Pillar to be able to make sure that they can't escape from it as well. So very nicely done, splitting up the team, and it's not going to be enough for the red team to be able to get, or the blue team to be able to get out of that one. It will be the red team now in the contest, in the lead, getting the first turret to go down, and we've seen the team with the first turret having that momentum, being able to swing the pendulum into their favor first, which means that they dictate the control and the pace of this game. The blue team is not out of this game just yet, but at the moment, it is the red team in advantage.
It is a wild advantage at that. Once again, we are seeing that, as expected, this team is getting a lot of build. That Gnar is really starting to feed. Cassie is really starting to feed. They are getting hungry, and they are doing some damage. That Trundle, by the way, as well, is being instrumental in a lot of these. The ability to get those slows is just making for some great setups, allowing him to really just get the enemy team locked down and ready for a big dive. I really feel like this is the winning comp. But once again, we are talking about that being very pivotal, and it's still absolutely the kind of thing where you can see some very unexpected plays, very unexpected combinations that make for some potential strong twists of fortune and fate. But
yeah, it's twist of fate there, Caleb. It's twist of fate.
Yeah, I did that intentionally. Leave me alone.
There you go. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. But yet again, I mean, yes, I feel like you're right in terms of the advantage for the red team. The team comp definitely pulling out for them. But in terms of this blue team, if they can be able to land some of these skill shots a little bit more, it could be a good play for them. At the moment, we haven't really seen that pivotal Lux route to get that double champion route to go down, to be able to get that final spark and initiate the team fight. And yet again, we're going to see the blue team stay patient in this game. I don't know if that's going to be the right play here. I feel like the blue team, even though they're a little bit behind in gold, still need to try to initiate the fight. They've got to be able to try and get that good team fight in this contest to be able to control the pace of the match. But it's all going to boil down to whether or not they're going to be able to land those skill shots. I mean, you've got the Culling coming in from the Lucian, the Gwen ultimate, the Lux ultimate, and the Sona. The Crescendo, the Final Spark, the Culling, all of it is all going to be based in their ability to be able to get the good place in the early parts of that game with its skill shots. As the red team trying to go in for that engage, they tried to get the Gnar to come through with the hop into the ultimate, unable to get it. And that means that the Gnar is going to be exhausted. But I think that brings up a very crucial part about this game, and that is the Gnar. When the Gnar is in Mega Form and has the ability to use that ultimate, it can be a game changer and a huge initiator for the red team. Now with the Gnar no longer being able to get Mega, I feel like it's the chance for the blue team to come back and secure the win. Lamb's Respite is going to come out. That's a very early Lamb's Respite. Crescendo, that's a huge stun, but no follow-up coming through. The Final Spark is only going to connect onto one member, and that is the Gnar. The flash into the Gnar is huge for the red team, and two members of the blue team are going to go down, and that is not it. Another huge pillar is going to come out, but Boulder comes through, and the red team securing 4 deaths against the blue team. They want the Gwen, they want the doll, and she will be in stitches. It is the ace against the blue team. The red team not only going to be able to get the inner turret to go down, but they are dying on their own terms. They're going to be able to get themselves all dead. They're going to be getting the gold advantage in this game, and they will be in the lead. Another solid team fight performance coming in from the red team.
Absolutely incredible. We are seeing some great numbers for Red right now, and a highlight to look at, worth highlighting, certainly. You see that Lux ult coming through. I was like, that's going to be pivotal, and it wasn't. It was certainly a help, but it could not at all get them the boost they needed to try and turn the favors there. Even with Sona really trying to nail the support, goes down first there, you could see, and it just got worse from there.
Right. And I mean, and that's, I think, the big issue here for this blue team. The red team, I mean, obviously coordinated here in this contest. They knew the right moment to be able to go for that advantage, to be able to go for those kills. I didn't feel like I saw that coordination coming in from 3 camp top. Unfortunately, the crescendo coming in from the Sona was beautiful. 3 members stunned out of that crescendo. Should have been an immediate Lux Final Spark out of that one to be able to get maybe several kills off of it. But instead, the Lux holds onto it, tries to go for that Final Spark onto several players, only hits the Gnar. And that is going to be a big issue for this blue team. If they can't secure the damage with that Final Spark, with the crescendo that is in on top of it, they're not going to be able to win this game. But also, speaking of poor ultimates, the Kindred in that team fight dropping Lamb's Respite really early. The blue team wasn't even close to dying, and they end up using that ultimate, saving the red team members actually a little bit in that engagement. So, we do see the ultimate coming through. The Gnar is back to Mega Form. We're going to see the Trundle going in for the flash. Then Pantheon's going to be using his ultimate. The Gnar wants the hop, wants to use the Gnar. Will he be able to get there in time? No, he will not. And so the blue team will again be able to disengage. But yet again, the red team now without ultimates. It is up to the blue team with the Gnar being exhausted, with that Pantheon ultimate being down, with Daisy summoned to be able to secure themselves a good engage. Are they going to be able to get it, or will they continue to let the red team push forward?
Who can say? 3 camp top really needs a miracle to happen here. They need some big push in their favor, some strategy play that is going to allow them to effectively take down their opponents here. They need something, but they're losing that Nexus, and that really feels like it's going to be the beginning of the end. If not, I'll just call it the end at this point, because they already have they've got the build advantage, they've got the strength, they've got the XP advantage on their side. They've certainly got some great team coordination and abilities, and going straight ahead, getting another round of kills through. That Gnar cannot be taken down. He's diving straight ahead. Won't even let you go back to base.
My goodness, a huge fight again coming in for the red team. That Gnar is able to get the kill onto the Kindred, but you saw the Lux going down. That Lux Final Spark, more like just a little ember against this red team. That dealt no damage to the Trundle, and that is a big issue. This blue team unable to secure the damage. The red team going to be able to get both Nexus turrets down. The Trundle does end up dying. Chaos Rain will take down Soju. Daisy, oh no, the cupcake, why? Falling down as well. But the blue team, they are able to survive, but the red team, they were able to get themselves several structures out of that last objective push, and they are in complete control of this contest. Yet again, the red team is going to be calling the shots in this match. The blue team playing on the defense, and unfortunately, in a game like this, when the momentum just continues to push into the red team's favor, you've got to stop, you've got to not play to lose, you've got to try to push to win. You've got to go for that spot, because if you don't, the red team's just going to continue to get favorable team fights, get favorable opportunities to be able to secure kills, and you're never going to be able to get yourself into a positive state. And at this point, with a 5,000 gold lead available for this red team, I don't know if the blue team has it in them for them to be able to get this game back under control.
It doesn't seem likely, but never say die. 3 camp top getting rushed yet again. This is going to be another push. This might be where Yipping Boba manages their final strike.
Goodness.
Oh God, that is going to hurt. That's it. That is the team fight done. And there's nothing stopping Yipping Boba here from taking that Nexus as a result. That is game done guaranteed.
Yeah, and that's so much bad news, Bears, I feel like, coming in from the Kindred ultimate. That Lamb's Respite, I was talking about it in the early game, just doing more harm than good here in this contest. Just unable to use it effectively, because not only are you saving yourself, but you're also saving the opponents from dying as well if they're in that zone. And that is exactly what just happened in that last team fight. The red team was able to get into very low health situations, but the Kindred, using that Lamb's Respite, worried that she was going to go down, ends up saving the red team from dying, giving them that extra little bit of health, keeping that damage going, and they were not able, the blue team as is, not able to secure the kills quickly enough. The red team gold advantage was just too strong, and they are going to be able to take this game. I think another situation where the play coming in really affected by the team comps that were selected by the game. It's all random, all mid for a reason. You never know what you're going to get, and the blue team definitely won out, or I'm sorry, the red team definitely won out in that draft.
It was wild. Again,
oh, indeed.
we were just talking about how you got to deal with the cards that you're given, and sometimes you're given very, very good cards. In fact, in all of these matches, I feel like there has been an opportunity for us to look on the team comp and go, that's the team. We've been able to tell very distinctly, not that the other team will have something bad necessarily, just that you can really get a feel for which one has the more solid legs on it. It's always been a wide enough gap that it feels definitive, I think. I don't think we've disagreed on which team comp has the upper hand in any of these matches so far. So I'm really curious to see if that is going to continue to be the trend over the course of the day, or if we're going to get to some things that are a little bit more even. There's so many champions in this game. I feel like there's certainly enough variance for that to be the case. And again, for you folks that are in the chat, we have been through a couple games now. What are the champions we haven't seen yet that you are excited to see moving forward? If there's anybody that you are dying to see come through, I've gotten everything I could ask for just about at this point. I got to see some Tristana, I got to see some Kha'Zix, some Cho'Gath, I got to see Gnar. Fiddlesticks has been in here. Again, I guess I would say I'm looking forward to seeing a Mordekaiser and a Darius, potentially.
Right. I feel like, yeah, definitely some Darius, some Mordekaiser would be cool. As you got to take a look at those replays coming in, and I feel like looking back at some of those team fights that were coming through, Brandini playing as that Gnar, super clutch, super huge Gnar ultimates coming through, big impact in those team fights to be able to get multi-man stuns onto high-value targets throughout that contest. It was extremely well done coming in from the red team, and that means that we are down to our final four members of our final four teams in this Birthday Bash tournament. All the teams that are remaining in this contest are going to be walking away with some money, and that is really cool to see. Players going to be walking away with a good chunk of change, $12.50 at least, to the potential of maybe even $3,000 at the end of this tournament for the first place winner. That is all going to be coming up later on in the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash tournament. It is going to be a ton of fun, and we have got plenty more games in store for us later in today's bracket. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more games momentarily. Stay tuned.
Welcome back once again. Just like I promised you, here we are with even more League of Legends actions. Yet again, it's time for Trovo Titans to present some more of this fantastic tournament. We are well on our way to that race for the top place prize already. All of our competitors, if I remember correctly, are in a position to walk away with some money of that fantastic $7,500 prize pool. But why get some money? You can get a nice bit of money.
When you can
can
have
get a healthy amount of money.
When you can have the lion's share, the majority, the cream of the crop, the golden cream of the crop or whatever, the creme brulee of the crop, as it were, the sweet, sweet green. It's all on the line for the remaining 4 teams here in our League of Legends ARAM tournament here. It is an extremely fun bracket so far. We have seen some amazing plays coming in from our players and our teams, and we are still ways away from being able to crown a champion. But like you said, Caleb, it is the opportunity for the 4 remaining teams here in this bracket to be able to secure themselves at least some money today. For 2 of these teams, it's going to be $1,250. $1,250 to be in an ARAM tournament and do well. But before we get into that one, we are going to be looking at our bracket. We were starting with 8, and now we are down to 4. HTS MXD taking on Jack Sparrow and defeating them in a good matchup, being able to put in that positive momentum. Savants able to go up against Funky Formation in that first game, and will be able to secure themselves that first kill or that first win against Funky Formation. Salty Runback going to be able to take the win against Payco Fan Club, and will be facing off against Yefin Boba. I know I'm saying that wrong, I apologize, but able to take on 3 Camp Top and will be able to move forward into that top 4. So we're going to be jumping into HTS MXD facing off against the Salty Runback here in this tournament. It is going to be the first of our 2 semifinals matches. One of these teams will be able to go on to the grand finals matchup, will be guaranteed at least $2,000, at least $2,000. So there is a huge amount of money on the line. $750 difference between getting third place and second place at least. But I see some champions that you have been looking for and wanting to see. I see the Mordekaiser ready to go for the red team. Also going to be having that Rammus, the Echo, the Seraphine, and the Lee Sin facing off against a very interesting lineup in the blue team. You've got the Talia with the Fizz, with the Braum, Tristana, and Graves. Very, very tough team. Comp, I think, for the blue team. A lot of skill and is going to be required for this Talia player, for this Fizz, to be able to perform exceptionally well. And you were talking about the Mordekaiser being able to get someone into that Death Realm, being able to produce that very strong early and even mid and late game potential, being able to get into that Death Realm and secure a kill one-on-one is going to be extremely important in this fight. And I think that is a huge play for this red team, for the Savants here in this contest. It is going to be a fun matchup for sure. Pardon me, yeah, HTS, MXD, and the Savants facing off against each other. Pardon me about that, folks. But regardless, it is still going to be a fun matchup. Both of these teams performing well in their first game to be able to get into this contest. And now let's jump into it. Early game, we're getting the drag coming in from the Mordekaiser. We're not even getting into the starting matchup. And now it's going to be the blue team coming in. A huge seismic shove coming in from the Talia is going to get the kill onto the Rammus. And now they're looking for more. The Tristana resets are going to be coming through as the Fizz gets the kill onto the Echo, the Graves onto the Mordekaiser. And the blue team wasting no time to get themselves into a positive point in this game. They're up by already 1,000 gold. A great Seraphine route, but unable to get anything out of it. Wow, off to an amazing start. That was a huge seismic shove from the Talia to be able to get several members out of position, and that is 3 of them going down in that early fight. Wow!
That was incredible to watch. I was just winding up, Thomas, to say as we looked at this, like, red team wins. I was winding up to like look at that team and say, look at that contest. Seraphine, Mordekaiser, Rammus, Lee Sin. This is disgusting.
Oh, look at it again. Another great seismic shove onto this Rammus. He has a little bit of tankiness, but early in this game, not able to get a lot of tankiness available. He will end up going down yet again. It is going to be 4 kills to 0 early in this fight. And I mean, at this point in the contest, we know that all of these teams are extremely competent in this play. The Salty Runback, pardon me, I'm just losing it in all of these plays. It doesn't matter about. I just am like blue team, red team. It's just so much going on. But we have got a whole bunch of play. The Salty Runback going to be the opponents on the red team as the Talia gets another great seismic shove. The Rammus yet again going to go down. The Tristana going to be able to go in with that W, that rocket jump, and now will be able to get away. Going to be able to dodge the Q coming in from the Lee Sin, who's going to be able to try to escape out of that one and will be able to. Yet again, the blue team able to survive. No members going down just yet. They're going to be able to continue to keep it pushing forward, but the Armadillo is coming back, trying to get what they can. Another huge seismic shove. My goodness. Flyby TY doing the work with that seismic shove on the Talia. Knows what to do, knows the combo to be able to get the E, to be able to again get that burst damage, to be able to get that seismic shove has been huge in this early game to be able to secure those early kills. Now up 7-0 right now in terms of kills. Really, really nicely done.
It was wild. This is HTS MXD has to get huge props here because so far we talk. Again, I feel like still the Salty Runback has a stronger comp on paper, but HTS MXD has had consistently perfectly executed plays. Those seismic shoves into just peeling people off, getting them consumed, utilizing that damage potential. They do not have a bad setup at all. Fizz and Graves in particular doing a lot of work here. We can see the Tristana has the kills to Renee as well. They're doing excellently though. So far it seems like HTS MXD has the advantage in terms of coordination and tactical ability, and they're gonna get another full meal out of it.
What a great use of that Chum the Waters. And then we saw the ultimate coming in from the Braum, going to get several members of the red team knocked up. The Talia does go down, and so that is a couple of members of the blue team dying. The Tristana dying a little bit earlier, but that Fizz damage, being able to use that playful trickster to be able to get that kill. The Braum does end up dying, and this looks like it is going to be a reset for the blue team. They're going to allow some of these members of the red team to get some kills. It does mean that every member of this blue team ends up going down, but now they are able to use that nice 1,000 gold lead that they have to their advantage and have put themselves into that positive momentum in this game. Look at this replay coming through. The Chum the Waters comes in onto the Mordekaiser, going to be able to get him down, and then a huge play coming in from the Braum to be able to get that huge knockup. The Tristana going to be able to get the resets, and at that point, there was nothing that they were able to do. The red team just in shambles at that point, and the blue team able to get themselves into a nice positive spot in this game. You can see already that they are performing extremely well. Another great seismic shove as the team fights continue. The ARAM is trying to do what he can, but the Chum the Waters are going to come on to, or no, pardon me, not going to go on to the Echo. It is just the Ramus going down to the graves. And yet again, the Salty Runback not able to keep their tank Ramus player alive. The Seraphine has yet to die, so she doesn't actually have a lot of damage right now, but the blue team just being able to get those good kills. Yet again, another great use of that seismic shove. The Echo unable to get out of that one, will go down, not even be able to use that chrono break, that ultimate, to be able to get that health back. Yet again, the blue team with another positive play. HTS MXZ taking it to the Salty Runback, and at this point, well, it was an avalanche assault in the Runback's last game. It is just a pinch at this point. They have yet to be able to get themselves a successful team fight just yet, and they are looking to potentially do it sooner rather than later. Yet again, trying to defend their first tower of the game, but still trying to be able to get some kills on the board as well. And we're going to see another engage coming through, maybe from the Armadillo. No, it is not going to be the case. Red team pushing it back for a little bit, but they are still far behind.
It's wild so far how much progress they've been able to make. The Salty Runback does have a team that's going to excel pretty well. We get into late game.
Goodness.
If they can avoid getting absolutely gobbled the entire start front to back. Oh my God.
That was huge.
What was that?
The Seraphine was trying to go for that encore, but the Braum with a huge ice wall, dodging that projectile, making sure that the red team did not get stunned out of that one. And then from that point forward, the blue team said, okay, your big ultimates are now no longer available. And the blue team was then able to get themselves a 5-man kill against them, yet again pushing forward and securing themselves another great play. That was a huge play coming in from the Braum. As the projectiles coming through as well, we're going to be getting a little bit of damage coming in. The Braum will survive, and it will go down, but not before the Ramus goes down yet again. That is a 1-7 Armadillo here in this contest. And yet again, the blue team trying to do what they can. Playful Trickster is going to come out from the Fizz. He will get shut down, and now the Graves most likely going to get shut down as well. The Talia trying to maybe get the kill onto the Seraphine will not be able to do so. And so yet again, the blue team will end up going down. But again, that was on their terms. They were able to push the red team forward yet again. Let's take a look at that play yet again. Look at the huge wall from the Braum, and is able to get that multi-man knockup with his ultimate. The Encore does absolutely nothing for the Salty Runback, and the huge Tristana damage, being able to get the rocket jump resets, gets several members of the red team dead. And now the red team looking to go in again, trying to secure themselves a tower. Will be able to get that first tower to go down. The knockup coming in. A huge seismic shove yet again for the Talia as the Ramus goes down to the Tristana. The Fizz takes down the Lee Sin. We've got the Weaver's Wall coming out to keep the pursuit going. The Flash is going to come in from the Seraphine. Will not be able to get the root. A huge flash coming in from the Talia. Flyby TY. I am a Talia lover. I love Talia as a champion, and Flyby is performing exceptionally well with the champion, having some clutch plays, flashing over that slow coming in from the Seraphine E, and that was enough for the blue team to yet again get another objective down. That is the inhibitor going down. And at this point in the contest, they are up by 14 kills, 4,000 gold, but they are not done yet as the blue team now maybe looking to go for another engage. They need to find something now. Another seismic shove going to come through, but this time onto the Lee Sin, who will be able to get out of that one. But right now, the red team trying to defend the positive momentum that the blue team has been able to create. Are they going to be able to survive this next siege, or will this be the end of the contest? Right now, though, it is still too close to call as the super minions now come pouring into the red team base.
It's a lot of heat pushing up on the base for the Salty running back. They've got a lot of pressure here, but they do have some building power on their side. This is not going to be as easy as a base push that we have seen in a couple of these matches over the course of the day so far. They absolutely have the defensive sustain here to handle a full-on attack with the towers at their back. Certainly things are getting difficult, especially with the super minions pulling up, but I still feel like they have this. We saw some very successful pushback from the Mordekaiser, and we've also been seeing some very strong successes from the Echo, from the Seraphine, my God, certainly. And that Lee Sin is in prime position at this level range to really get some kills picked up. So this isn't going to be, they're going to have to be precautious with it. HGS MXD has had well-executed plans this entire game, though. So I have the confidence in them and the ability to make the move here, but they are going to have to be precautious with it.
Right, as we continue to see the push going forward, the red team yet to be able to get any kills onto the blue team just yet. We do get the Tristana kind of posturing. The Lee Sin is going to miss the Q as the blue team continues to keep the red team shoved into their base. Even if the blue team dies, the red team might not even be able to get a structure to go down during the time that they get it. At the moment, it is a 4,000 gold lead advantage for the blue team, and they are continuing to perform well. The Weaver's Wall is going to come out, and the team fight begins. They are all cut into that corner. What does that mean? The knockup is going to come through, and they're going to be able to get a nice charm coming through, but will they be able to get enough? The Talia takes down the Ramis. It's going to be the Mordekaiser getting the kill onto the Tristana. That's the huge Slate character coming out and not being available for the blue team. The Lee Sin is very close to death, but the Fizz with that playful trickster is going to be able to get the kill onto the Lee Sin, onto the Mordekaiser, and now wants even more. Wants to get the kill onto the Seraphine, gets the kill. The playful trickster comes out, and the red team is in shambles. The only member of the red team alive right now is that Ramis, but he is still going to be trying to defend. The Graves is going to be able to get the first turret to go down, and they are looking to continue to keep up the pace. This Fizz is so close to death and will finally die. The Talia is very close to getting the kill against the Ramis. Will he be able to get it? He does. The Graves looking to get the final turret to go down and does as well. And well, the red team does end up losing all 5 members out of that push. As always, they are so positively momentum-based in this contest. Pushing forward, getting both Nexus turrets to go down.
Man, look at the kill lead. Look at the 30 to 15 right now. It's brutal. There's really not a lot on paper here that says HGS MXD isn't going to, while they are down, spend some gold, buff up like crazy, come through and just carve straight to Nexus. What does the Salty Runback do here to make this not be an absolutely just a walk to their base? It's gonna have to be a very, very strong push. We saw some excellent plays there being done by the Ramis. Again, taking a look at these highlights, look at how well the Salty Runback defended their base. They were bit by bit losing ground, bit by bit getting pushed back, chipped away at until eventually losing that exchange ultimately. But you saw there was strong pushback. You saw the fight is still alive. They still got that fire in their eyes that potentially could give them an opportunity here to turn something around, but really their backs were against the wall.
Unfortunately, and they will not be alive anymore to have backs to go up against. It is going to be the red team completely going down yet again during that replay. The blue team yet again with another ace, smacking down the wallet against the red team like you were talking about. The red team being able, or trying to be able to get some kills, but instead the blue team with the extra gold going to be able to secure several kills, and now the kill against the Nexus. But before they do, they want some more kills against the red team. They're going to get 3. They're looking for 4. The Mordekaiser are very close to going down. We'll go down to the Fizz, and the Fizz going to be able to get the double kill with the Braum securing the ace. It is HTX MXD confirming themselves at least $2,000 in this ARAM tournament. The Salty Runback eliminated at third place. That is still a $1,250 payday for the Salty Runback. Congratulations to them, but unfortunately, the blue team, that Talia flyby TY, my goodness, I was talking about it. I love Talia as a champion, so I was able to really pinpoint on the things that he was able to do, or she was able to do with the champion, being able to get super good seismic shoves, to be able to get the Ramus out of position in the early game, getting that really nice first blood, and from that point forward, the blue team steamrolled ahead of the Salty Runback, not letting anything go by. There was such a long position in that game where the blue team had 0 deaths, and there was like a point where the red team had like, what, 10 deaths at a point in the contest. It was fantastic. Really, really nicely done coming in from the blue team, and they are going to be pushing forward into the grand finals of this tournament. They are going to be able to get themselves at least 2,000 gold here as they confirm themselves the win against the Salty Runback.
It's a nice payday, but once again, we have some folks racing ahead, potentially get some real tall money on their hands. This is really only the beginning. Take a look at these replays. We have some hints of the greatness yet to come. Again, as much as you want to give props to as much as we talk about the team comps, as much as we talk about how wild is the Soy champs, this proves that even in ARAM, even with all things being chaos, that coordination, capability when it comes to having a wide enough understanding of the game to plan for the unexpected, be able to say, all right, what do I have? I have a Fizz. I know what to build for Fizz. All right, what do I have? A Braum. I know how to handle that. The basics of just about everything, those fundamentals, and the good research in specific champions that allows you to adapt to flexible situations like these. We have proven that coordination and skill and on-the-fly teamwork, making those plays happen, having well executed plans of attack, once you get those builds together, once you have those plans in mind, is carrying even through the inherent counterbalance. Again, no way would I have looked at these comps just on paper, just in a vacuum, not talking about the players or anything, looking at these team setups, no way I would have said HTS MXD takes this. And yet here we are.
Right, and they performed admirably in this game from start to finish. They had a bunch of big playmaking performances. The Braum able to get several shields against the Seraphine Encore, being able to deny that potential engage coming in from the Salty Runback, and that'll be HTS MXD being able to confirm themselves the win in the semifinals matchup. We have got another semifinals game coming in right after this one. That was an exciting one. We are going to take a very quick break, but we're going to be right back for more exciting League of Legends, ARAM, Trovo Titans tournament birthday bash coming up. We're going to be right back for more exciting action in just a bit, so stay tuned.
And welcome back once again. Here we are with more of the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash, and as a result, more League of Legends. I am super hyped to be diving further and further into the build-up to our grand finale, as our players have already proven themselves more than capable enough to be worthy of some of that nice chunk of change we have for our victors on the day. But we are still sailing towards that #1 spot, of course, and things are only getting heated up. We are still only at the tip of the iceberg of the great potential ahead of us. Thomas, this has been so wild. I'm glad I've had somebody who appreciates it just as well as I do in terms of just how crazy the details of ARAM can get.
Oh, absolutely. It's all random, all mid for a reason, Caleb, and you never know what's going to happen in these contests. It has been a blast from the past and into the future here for these games. We have had a ton of great plays coming in from all of our teams, but this is our second semifinal matchup here in today's tournament. We have got ourselves another very fun and important matchup for both of these teams. The difference between third place and second place is $750 in cash, a total of an extra 2 Titan points between third and second. And if you're able to get that first prize, that $3,000 first place purse is available for the first place winner. And on top of that, 10 Titan points as well. And so we're going to be looking to our last semifinal matchup here in this tournament. The Savants going to be facing off against Yifeng Boba here in this game. We saw Brandini playing as that Gnar in that last contest, putting in that work, and we're going to be seeing one of those champions that I was really excited to see, and it's going to be that Nocturne for the red team. Yifeng Boba going to be having a Nidalee, a Shaco, a Nocturne, an Aurelion Soul, and a Brand. Ooh, that is going to be huge for this red team. And meanwhile, for the blue, we've got Evelynn, we've got Taric, Zed, Kha'Zix, and Karma. We have got ourselves at a very important and exciting game in store for us. And honestly, I mean, you got a lot of assassins that are available for this blue team and a lot of squishy targets for this red team. No tank available for them. You got an Aurelion Soul, you got a Brand, and in Italy, a lot of potential for poke damage and burst damage available. A lot of potential for the Nocturne, be able to get that darkness, deny the vision against the red team, which means that the Shaco might be able to get into a good position to be able to drop that clone out. We could be seeing some amazing plays coming in from both teams here in this semi-final matchup. But let's find out who's going to be able to take this game as we get ourselves into this contest now. Moving into the very beginning of this contest, I mean, the Evelynn, once she gets level 6, going to be able to go invisible. The Zed with that Shadow and that Death Mark, having that Electrocute available, going to be a lot of damage for him. The Kha'Zix could potentially assassinate, but will they be able to do it against the Shaco, against the Nidalee, the Aurelion Soul, and the Brand, all trying to just poke and poke and poke, denying them the chance to be able to get into that point. Will they be able to get it as we see the engage coming in, maybe from the Aurelion Soul? A little bit of damage coming in on to the Nidalee. Nothing too crazy, though. Or, I'm sorry, the Karma at that point, and getting her down to about half health. But it's all going to be whether or not this red team is able to get themselves those big spears from this Nidalee. Will Soju be able to find the damage with them? Right now, though, it is the red team pushing forward. Will they be able to keep up with the momentum as we move forward throughout the game?
I just can't say for certain. Looking at this team comp is going to be a mystery to me. We are seeing, I feel like, a pretty good mix on either end of things in terms of, once again, team roles, and once again, a little bit of perhaps a slight edge in terms of long-term sustain on the part of the Savants. They have a little, I mean, that Taric is certainly going to come through clutch in terms of just being there, just living through things. Meanwhile, I'm seeing Yifeng Boba has a lot of damage on their side. That's a lot of heat. The Nocturne and the Brand alone are going to be a problem, if not the Nidalee coming through and sweeping a lot of team fights, I'd imagine.
You got that Magma and you got the Starforger himself, both available for the red team, but it doesn't matter how hot your fire burns. When you're invincible with that Taric ultimate, it does not matter. So will the blue team be able to time that Taric ultimate effectively, be able to get the kills and deny the extra damage from the red team? We'll find out if that is going to be the case. I mean, it looks like this Aurelion Sol really trying to be able to push forward and doing what he can to get that extra little bit of damage coming through, but he has been pushing up quite effectively, or not quite effectively at this point, but very, very risky as well to be able to try to get these stuns. If he misses them or he gets himself into a bad position, that could be one very dead Celestial Dragon against this blue team. The Death Mark coming in from the Zed, the Kha'Zix may even be able to get that isolated damage as well. As we go the engage coming in, a lot of damage coming in. The Karma is going to be able to get a little bit of damage with her E, but it's going to be the Kha'Zix getting the first blood against the Nocturne. As the blue team tries to do what they can, they're going to be able to get a little bit more damage onto the Nidalee, going to be able to get the turret damage as well, but unfortunately, for the blue team, it is going to, or for the red team, I mean, it is going to be the Nocturne going down. The blue team gets first blood, and they're going to be able to push forward in the first part of this game to be able to get themselves into a good spot as we get another team fight through. The Death Mark coming in, getting a ton of damage secured onto several members of the red team. The Nidalee is going to go down, and the blue team, very low health. We're going to see the Evelyn coming through, going to try to survive, and survives. No, he doesn't. We're going to see the Paranoia coming in. The Nocturne unable to get the kills, and it's going to be the red team now in a very bad spot. The Aurelion Sol extremely close to death. We're going to get the Tara trying to deal the damage with the Kha'Zix getting the double kill. That's 3 kills right now for the Kha'Zix, as the Shaco with the clone is going to be able to secure at least a kill onto the Taric. But Soju, a huge spear, going to be able to, a huge spear to her face, is going to get the kill onto the Karma. Really nicely done from the defense from the red team. They do not all die, and the blue team not able to push forward that effectively at that point. They're going to be bouncing back, trying to do what they can to keep this game back under control, but right now it is still too close to call.
That was a wild exchange. I feel like we're in for. I was gonna say earlier, I feel like the core of who's gonna win this battle comes down to who dies a lot in this match. Is it gonna be a lot of Nocturne and Shaco dying, or is it going to be a lot of Zed and Kha'Zix dying? And right now, it seems like Zed and Kha'Zix are doing pretty dang well for themselves. In fact, Kha'Zix very effectively getting those kill pickups there and sailing ahead into having that nice second change that when it finally does go down, it's going to be turned into, no doubt, some tools that will help him get these kills a little bit easier. But honestly, he doesn't need that much damage. There's a lot of very, very heavy DPS characters on that side of things. We have a jungler, we have a top laner, we have some characters that are going to be able to very effectively scale in terms of damage, meaning that they can dedicate themselves in terms of their build more to sustain, more to things like armor and more things like defense, things like that to help them get in and get out taking a loss in the process.
Absolutely, and this has been a really strong game coming in from both teams. The Deathmark going to come through from the Zed onto the Brand. A little bit of damage, but not enough to be able to get the execution just yet. It has been a very big back and forth battle. The Karma is going to go down to the Aurelion Sol, but the red team's health bars are extremely low. They're not going to be able to get anything else happening just yet, though, as we do get the blue team trying to be able to get that assassination coming through. The boxes coming in from the Shaco. The Evelyn going to try to get the kill, maybe. The Paranoia comes out, and they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Nocturne. Very, very close to getting his kills, but Brandini goes down, and the rest of the red team going to go down as well. The Brand will die, but not before taking down the Evelyn. The blue team yet again being able to come out on top. It is the red team in advantage in terms of structures, but the blue team at least able to keep this game interesting. Gold-wise, still a 500 gold advantage. The stun coming in for the Taric, and it is the Aurelion Sol extremely low. Gonna get rooted, but will not go down. My goodness.
Oh God,
chat, are
very
you
effective.
seeing the burst damage coming through? Sphinx, you're really wanting Sylvan to be able to take this one. You're saying they can do it. And right now, they are putting up a fight, but Yifeng Boba able to do the same. My goodness, another great engagement for the red team. The blue team able to get a little bit of push forward, a little bit of damage, and does get a turret. Doesn't get a turret to go down, but very close to death. The red team going to be able to come back. The Shaco with that clone, going to try to get the fear, and will be able to get the fear in at least one champion. Will they be able to get anything out of it, though? It is the Zed trying to go through, going to try to get the death mark, and will be able to get the death mark onto the Aurelion Sol. So much damage Yet again, coming in, the Nidalee trying to come through, and now the Evelyn is going to be able to go up against the Nidalee and will go down, but not before taking 2 down with her. The invulnerability is going to come out from the Taric against the Shaco. It is the Shaco against the world. Tame Impala going to be stuck in that brush, does not want to die to the Shaco. He is going to be able to get out of that one for the time being, and the Shaco trying to delay as much time as possible. Yes, he does get the kill onto the Zed, and at the moment it is the blue team with members alive on the board. The red team all goes down, but yet again they were able to push forward and get some nice damage onto the blue team base. Nicely done. My goodness, another great play as we take a look at that replay.
Phenomenal to watch in action. I'm seeing a lot of people come in and welcome everybody who are just now joining, just now following the stream. It is absolutely a lot to see. So if you are just coming in, once again, we are here with the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash, and we are looking at some, again, great replay action here of a little bit of what you might have missed if you're just now sliding through. As you can see, Savant has been putting up a very, very strong counter effort here, and as a result, pushes himself into a good spot. Like I said, there is a lot riding on managing to keep their hard carries alive, keep those folks alive that are going to be doing the bulk of the damage out there, and so far they've been executing that very well. As we saw in the last game, when it came to very well executed plays coming up against what could be seen as a stronger team comp. But here, I feel like the comp is a little bit more even. I feel like this could be one where we might have a little bit more of a iffy situation on the calling which of these teams is better structured, but I am seeing, at least in terms of effectiveness here, Gifting Boba is dealing with a lot of death. They are not getting a lot of survivability, particularly Nocturne and Nidalee having a very hard time getting in and getting things done. That Aurelion Sol can only do so much to keep the enemy team at bay in terms of making them concerned about diving in. Gifting Boba just doesn't have a lot of sustain, carried across the entire map.
Oh man, that was crazy.
Goodness
we just
gracious.
saw the Nocturne, the paranoia trying to come out, trying to secure kills, but unfortunately not able to get the kill onto the Kha'Zix nor the Zed, getting them extremely close. A huge brand Flame Pillar is going to get a lot of damage, but at the other end of the rift, we're going to see the Shaco going down. The Zed is going to take down the Brand, but the Brand will take down the Zed themselves. The blue team and the red team both down to 2 very low members of their team comps. Nice flash coming in from the Karma. Going to be able to secure the kill onto the Aurelion Sol and will end up dying to the Nidalee, and it is one lone Targonian Ascendant, the Taric, alive out of that team fight. Everyone else dying. But at the end of the day, Caleb, I mean, as much as the red team is being able to go and die a little bit as they get the paranoia coming through from the Nocturne, try to get away from the Taric, maybe he's going to have to try to flash away. Does get stunned from the target. Brandini going to try to get out of this one. Barely surviving. Not going to be able to survive completely. The Shaco going to have the hallucination clone. Going to try to maybe get it against the Evelyn. Will be able to get that healing potion, so it is going to be the Shaco being able to survive for the time being. Huge Chain GC coming in against the Evelyn. The Shaco clone doing work there, and so the blue team will at least be in a 1-for-1 situation. The red team still being able to keep this game even. But like I was talking about, despite the red team in a little bit of a disadvantage kill-wise, it's not the kills that always matter, it is the objectives. And right now the red team is pushing the objective here in this contest. They are able to take this victory, or at least push forward, and are looking good to be able to win this game for the time being. They have not stopped the momentum just yet. And the blue team being able to secure themselves at least a couple of kills, but no real objectives just yet. No towers going down, no real damage against the red team base. And that is going to be the big issue moving forward into this game.
It's been a wild run, I think, so far. Gifting Boba still has a chance of victory here. Again, their team comp has not turned out to be bad at all. Despite the difficulties they face, they definitely have a lot of power on their side. And it's funny I say that as they're getting, once again, absolutely munched.
Huge team fight. That was a great play coming in from the target to be able to get invulnerability on all 5 members. Everyone survives. Yes, it is the Brand being able to get the kill onto the Evelyn and onto the Kha'Zix, but this time with 4 members of the red team dying. The stun is going to come through. The Shaco is going to be all alone, trying to be able to get out of this one, going to be able to survive for the time being, but unfortunately for the blue team, yes, again, they do get 4 kills, but no tower going down just yet. I think at this point, the Taric making the decision to die will end up getting shut down. The Zed is going to try to take the kill onto the turret. We'll get the kill onto the Shaco, but the Nidalee will come in and we'll get the double kill onto the Zed and onto the Karma. The red team yet again able to defend their base, the most important part of this contest, and that is why it is so important to push forward. Take a look at that replay yet again. Look at that great Taric ultimate. Going to be able to secure that invulnerability right as that flame pillar was going on the blue team. Going to be able to keep that momentum and the survival of their team alive for just a little bit longer. But the red team still without a turret down. They have been able to get the inner turret to go down and will continue to push forward into this game, and Yifeng Boba understanding that in order to win an ARAM fight, it is being able to get the objectives down, to get that inhibitor down, to get those Nexus turrets down, and to have the Nexus die. The blue team trying to do what they can in that regard, but haven't been able to do much just yet. Paranoia is going to come out as we get another team fight coming through. A little bit of stun coming in, but the Taric does not have his ultimate up just yet. He is going to pop it now. A lot of damage coming in against the red team. Will they be able to secure some damage? A huge invulnerability coming in from the target. Taric at the perfect moment.
Oh my God, getting it at the end.
The double kill. Wow, and now the red team going to be able to secure some more damage. It's going to be the Nidalee, very low, is going to go down to the Taric and the Karma. It is the Taric and the Karma, the only 2 members of the blue team alive yet again. Yes, they are able to survive, but is there enough pushing power for them to make it worthwhile?
It certainly seems like it. At the very least, the possibilities are alive. We have a lot of support for Savants in the chat. I'd love to see it. Drop something in the chat once again if you're rooting for Savants, because certainly they are facing a lot of pushback here. They are facing Yifeng Boba is working hard for this comeback happen. So of course, if you are on Yifeng Boba's side here, please do drop something in chat. Voice your support, because both the teams certainly need it right now. Nobody has a cozy position. This is a brutal slugfest. Much along the same lines as us talking about these team comps being a little bit more balanced between the two, not having a definitive, like, stronger composition. This definitely feels like it is a very, very even kind of a fight. And big shout out, of course, again to that Taric, who has so far been an MVP for the Savants.
My word, another good team fight coming in from this blue team. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage. The Zed is going to be able to get a double kill with 4 members of the blue team now up. It is going to be the red team, though, with 2 very healthy, very potent killers, with the Nidalee and the Aurelion Soul still up. The snowball is going to come through. The Zed trying to maybe get the kill onto the Nidalee, but unable to do so just yet. Wow, the orbital damage from the Aurelion Soul, the last caress, is going to come in from the Evelyn, but they aren't able to secure the kill, and the defense against the blue team will hold for the red team at the moment. They've been able to keep this turret alive for a whopping 16 minutes in this contest, but they will lose the turret. Paranoia is going to come out, and it is going to go onto the target to try to maybe get the stun for the Nocturne, but we're not going to be able to get it, and instead the Death Mark is going to get used. Will it be enough, though, as we get the damage coming in? The Zed is going to be able to get the kill onto the Nidalee, and the blue team continuing to try to push back. The Kha'Zix is alive. The Brand is going to be dealing the damage, but it's the Zed that gets the double kill. Looking for the triple kill, but no! The clone from the Shaco is there, and the Nidalee actually secures the kill onto the Zed. The red team able to keep up the defense yet again, will survive, not allowing the blue team to push forward. The Kha'Zix is the only member of the red team that was, or the blue team that was able to survive. The Shaco wanting the kill might go down now. No, that is not the case. The blue team going to be able to try to do what they can. The clone is going to come out from the Shaco onto the Kha'Zix. The Shiv going to come in.
God.
The Shaco going to be able to get the Shiv onto the Evelyn, but will not be able to get the kill onto the Kha'Zix. Wow, the healing and the shielding from the Karma going to get the Kha'Zix back to about half HP as he gets his 3rd evolution as well. Unfortunately for the blue team, they have got themselves the gold advantage, but the objective advantage is still moving forward. The red, the Savants, however, valiant effort. They have been able to hold on into the mid-game, into this late game as we approach a 20-minute mark in this contest. they have been able to get themselves into a very good spot. The longer that this game goes on, the more damage that the blue team does. And I don't know if the red team is going to be able to keep up with it. They've got a lot of potential damage available, but they've got to be able to land it. And right now, Zed has been extremely slippery. He has that Edge of Night ready as well to be able to deny that kind of damage coming through. As we do get another engage coming through from the red team, they know that their time is running out to be able to win this contest. Paranoia is going to come through, but it's going to be the Targ with a nice invulnerability ultimate as well. Going to try to deal a lot of damage. Now that no one's going down just yet, it is going to be the Brand, the only member of the red team dying. The blue team's still alive, but they have not been able to push forward.
This is a tough spot for them to be in, but Red did not lose a lot on that first jump ahead. Tarek managing to hold the invulnerability. Normally, that is the first big chunk that gets taken out of the entirety of the red team, and that allows then Savants to make their big push forward and take the team fight easy. The fact that that didn't happen there means that Yiffing Boba has a stronger chance. If we do see a couple of people are knocked down hard, they nearly lost a lot of health. Same for the Aurelian Soul, meaning that they are going to have to be a little bit precautious here. We are still looking at the edge being in the hands of Savants right now. When that team fight does happen, it does not look like Yiffing Boba is going to come out on top.
At the moment, it is still just very close to call. I think it's within 1,000 gold still of both of these teams. The red team and the blue team both still up, both doing what they can. They have got another opportunity to go for another big team fight. But now we're starting to get to the point where these death markers are taking so much time. While the Aurelian Soul dealing a lot of damage, but they're not going to be able to keep any kills. It's the Kha'Zix hitting a kill onto the Aurelian Soul, and now we're going to be looking to continue to keep the momentum going. The Taric going to be able to drop the invulnerability for the Karma. Ooh. Wow, a huge play. The Evelyn actually going to be able to get that invulnerability for the blue team, and the blue team will survive because of it. The Evelyn using that snowball to be able to get several members of the blue team invulnerable will win that team fight out of that play. That was huge for the blue team as the Nidalee goes down, and they have been able to survive the early game pressure from this red team. They are now up by 3,000 gold. They finally get the ace that they have been looking for, and they are going to be able to secure the kill not only onto the inhibitor, but maybe also to the Nexus as well. Not yet, but they do have that 3,000 gold advantage that they will be able to use in the fountain here in for this next push. The red team, that nice positive momentum that they had at the very beginning of the game. They got the first two towers to go down. They were the first tower to go down, the first two towers to go down. They were able to continue to keep the momentum going, but they weren't able to get an Aurelian Soul.
Oh, no. Oh, that hurts a watch.
The Cosmic Galaxy just going off kilter, not going to be able to follow a straight line, and it is unfortunately going to cost him his death. I mean, he probably wanted to be able to get that gold back in it, but unfortunately, the blue team at this point is in the lead by almost a 3,000 gold margin here into this contest. Will they be able to continue to try to find ways to get themselves back into this game? The red team now not only without their inhibitor, but also damage onto their Nexus turrets. They are looking to do what they can to be able to survive. But right now, 21 minutes into this game, I still think it is too close to call. The red team, yes, they are in a deficit, but all they need is one good team fight in order to win this game.
And that team fight might be coming in sooner than you would expect. Once again, folks in the chat, let us know what you think of this so far, because I'm honestly stumped in terms of analysis for this kind of a situation. Looking at this, there's so many fine details between these two teams, and not just the composition, but the executions that we've seen over the course of the game so far, the coordination with these champions, that I feel like this one is walking a razor's edge. Even the Savants, as well as they've been doing, have not been executing plays on just an entirely other level than Yiffing Boba. They have had their own strong successes as well. We have seen a lot of very well executed dives and things like that, and so I am still very curious. See, I feel like we've learned a lot, and there's a lot to be gained from Yiffing Boba's strategy and gameplay here, even if they don't come out ultimately with this victory. So again, if anybody has any observations about how these teams can be utilized, anything that you have to pitch in terms of like what this game means to you, what you picked up from this, what you would have done here. I feel like this is a great opportunity to be out there in the chat doing some discussion, getting out some information from the other fellow people in the chat, because once again, the high-tier gameplay like this is not only entertaining to watch, but especially for me, I'm picking up a lot here that I can't wait to get in and tool around with, do some experimentation with some of my friends when we play League.
Well, the stakes are high for both of these teams as we get another little bit of an engage, but no one going down just yet. The hallucination clone is down for the time being, but the red team still has all other advantages up and available. Both teams know how important this win is to be able to get themselves at least into a 2,000 gold or $2,000 prize. If the second place team able to get that 2,000 gold, the first place team for 3K, that is a huge amount of dollar difference that both these teams are going to be looking for, and they are playing like they want to be able to win it. Neither team able to get themselves the Nexus win just yet, and we are 23 minutes into this game. Now remember, we have seen games here in this contest that have been only 10 minutes long, so a 23-minute game is a very long Howling Abyss matchup, and we are at the late game, folks. One missed team fight, one missed opportunity coming in from either of these teams could secure the win for their opponents. And the blue team is trying to push forward, trying to be able to make sure that the win is theirs. They've got a little bit of pushing power coming through. They're going to get the Hectic Rock Belt for the Evelyn. Going to get a little bit of damage onto the Nidalee. And the Nidalee is going to go golden. Beautiful invulnerability yet again coming in from the Taric. And they're going to be able to go in for the nice death mark from the Zed, dealing a lot of damage all around the teams. The Kazakhs trying to maybe get the kill onto the Nocturne. Not going to be able to do so just yet. The Karma being able to shield. We got the poke damage from the Karma, from the Kazakhs. From the Zed, going to be able to go in and get the kill onto the Nidalee, and now also the Shaco as well. It is 3v5, and the blue team is still extremely healthy. The Aurelion Soul, the Brand, the Nocturne try to do what they can. The beautiful Death Mark going to go in onto the Zed. The Brand is going to go down, and Twiddleperf is going to be able to take down the Aurelion Soul. It is a blue team ace against the red team, and they will be able to get that final team fight to win this game. It'll be the Savants taking on and winning against Yifeng Boba, but that game could have gone either way here in this contest. Trovo Titans semifinals matchup, living up to the hype. The Savant finally, at the very end of that contest, being able to win the game.
That was wild and crazy. It was an incredible match. Big props to Savants. And again, for all of you out there, I see some support coming through. Even now, thank you so much for coming and thank you so much for voicing your strong support for the teams. And once again, I do want to deliver. There was a message given where we were talking to all these teams to get information about them. Savants did want me to let you all know they are single. So if anybody out there is very impressed with all the high-tier gameplay you just see, and hey, well aware of the fact they're about to walk away with a little bit of prize money in their pockets, they're going to be investing in those higher caliber gaming rigs, no doubt.
Ooh,
with that
there
extra
you
little bit
go.
of chunk of change.
There you go.
Could take you somewhere nice with that $3,000 is all I'm saying if things can work out that way.
Yeah, if they're able to get that first
match.
place. If they're able to get first place, that is $3,000 against HTS MXD in our next game. That is going to be the final matchup between them and the Savants, but let's see how we got there. The red team starting out strong in this game. We got a beautiful play coming in from the red team. The blue team, though, just being able to hold on and be able to get themselves some good kills. This Brandy able to get a lot of damage, but wasn't able to do the total necessary adjustment from what it was. Yes, the red team was able to push forward in the early game. You saw them be able to get several kills down, the Taric being the only member to survive, and at that point, the very narrow victories, the Pyrrhic victories for this blue team being enough for them to secure the kills and the wins against this game. Look at the great Taric ultimates that are coming through, just denying the ability for the red team to be able to secure damage against the blue. They have been able to secure themselves into some good spots in this game. As we get to see the Aurelion Soul try to come through, gets that kill and instead just dies. And at that point, it was the beginning of the end. At that point, the blue team just unable to be stopped. And it was the Savants to be able to come back and win this game for the blue team. Very nicely done. Yet again, I will say it again and again, Trovo Titans semi-final matchup here at their birthday bash, living up to the hype. But if you thought that game was a banger, we still have plenty more action to come. We have got the finals matchup here in this tournament on the way. It is just about to begin. But before we do, we are going to take a quick break. It is going to be a fun one for sure, so you do not want to miss it. We'll be back again in just a couple minutes to be able to get ourselves into that finals matchup.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. Welcome back to our grand finals. It is time to wrap up an incredible run-up for League of Legends. This has been a hype build so far, but it's finally time. Our two potential champions, already moneymakers, competing for that grand total cash prize, that big payday, $3,000. I am not kidding. It's been crazy.
It has been crazy. It has been wild, but it has also been a ton of fun. Caleb, we have had some great games and some great performances coming in from all of our teams, and that is the power of a best-of-one series. You have to bring your A game every single game, otherwise you might be out of the tournament. And now we have got the two best played teams in this contest now going up against each other here in this contest. HTS MXD facing off against the Savants. It is going to be a finals matchup for the ages. As we take a look at the bracket, seeing how we got there, HTS MXD having a fantastic run throughout this one, taking a game against Jack Sparrow and then taking that game against the Salty Runback to be able to have a very quick and very, very formidable run into this game. The Savants, on the other hand, having a little bit of a I wouldn't say a harder time in the bracket, but at least longer games that could have gone either way. Going up against the Funky Formation and then facing off against Yifeng Boba in their last game, having a very, very long, almost 30-minute battle in that contest, and then finally be able to take the win, getting us to this finals matchup here in this contest.
It's going to be a great one. You can see the struggles, the trials and tribulations they've had to go through, but you can also see, taking a quick look at chat, that apparently that message that the Savants wanted us to pass along about all of them being single has worked out, because we do have a proposal in chat already from Eric's X. Thank you so much, Savant Kyle. Good props to you for apparently earning at the very least a fan. And with that, with arrangements being made, I presume.
Of course, obviously.
We have to get into our draft picks. Let these two lovebirds get those conversations rolling while we take a look at the fact that I do believe I have spotted why that is in fact a Draven. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a Draven.
Oh, it is the League of Draven now on the way for HTS MXD. They're going to be pairing that with that Karthus, the Echo, the Morgana, and the Rek'Sai. A very high potency team comp here for HTS. But over on the red team, another very, very high damage team for the Savants. You've got Toidleperp on that Victor with the Jax, the Syndra, the Tristana, and the Xayah. A lot of extreme damage for both of these teams, but also a little bit of a ramp-up time for both of these teams to be able to get themselves into that high-octane, high-burst damage potential. So it's all going to boil down to these team fights and seeing which one of these teams is able to get that burst damage onto their opponents quicker. The sustain a little bit there for the blue team, a little bit more. They've got themselves the Rek'Sai, the Echo being able to get that healing. The stun already coming out against the red team, though. That is King of Kappa, the Karthus player, being able to secure a little bit of damage onto himself. But again, you know, he is going to be playing as that Karthus, has that Dark Harvest as his rune. There's a lot of opportunity, even if he goes down, to still produce a lot of damage, especially with that Requiem popping at any moment to get several kills potentially at a time. The squishiness of this red team could potentially come into question here as we move into the early game of this contest.
It's going to be great to see once again things pop off. I am expecting a lot of big things from this interaction. Yet again, it looks like as if there could be a better finish. A very bizarre semblance of champions we have here.
Oh, yes.
This isn't anything. These are all great champions, but like together, I don't know what this is, and that means it could be anything.
And the Xayah almost going to go down. The Jax is going to get the kill onto the Karthus. Very early kill, going to be able to get that first blood, but he will be going back to the fountain, going to be basically able to immediately respawn in this early game. first blood does go over to the Savants. They will have a little bit of a lead in that play. It was the Zaya very close to dying. Going to have to use both those summoner spells to be able to get it, but the blue team unable to push really that much forward. HTS MXD unable to get any turret damage out of that one, despite, you know, this Morgana has been able to get several roots out of that Q that she's got, able to get that a heal or that W under that as well to be able to get that consistent damage. So they've got to be able to continue to keep that going as we get a huge play coming in from the Echo, maybe. A lot of damage coming in. The knockup is going to go through with the card that's getting the kill onto the Syndra. We get a stun coming in from the Victor, but it's not going to be enough just yet. The Jax is going to get the kill onto the Karthus, but the Karthus is still dealing damage as the Tristana is going to go down to the Echo. The Jax and the Victor are alive for the Savants. The stun coming in from the Jax, it's not going to be enough just yet, but it is the Victor securing the kill against the Rek'Sai. The blue team able to get an extra kill out of that exchange, but not a lot of damage just yet. The blue team, though, HTS MXD pushing forward, trying to make sure that they're able to keep themselves in the positive part of this game.
Wild interactions there, but trading pretty evenly. Nothing breaking just yet. It seems like everybody has some very strong kill potential on their side, which is going to make these team fights crazy. This is going to be a very, very zero to dead quick situation. Case in point, right there. Case in point. He was alive, then he was gone.
Yep, speaking of that zero to death, as we get another kill for the card that's going to get the shutdown on it to the Jax. But chat, I want to ask you guys as we get ourselves into the 4-minute mark in this contest. This is still a young game. The blue team does have a little bit of an advantage. Who are you guys rooting for? Is it going to be the Savants or is it going to be HTS MXD? Morgana going to get a kill onto the Zaya. The Rek'Sai does go down as level 6 is now ready and active for this blue team. The red team not far behind. The Savants trying to do what they can, and they are going to need a beautiful marriage of both damage and ability to be able to get themselves into a winning part of this game. They were able to get that kill onto the Rek'Sai. The blue team is a little bit in an advantage in gold at the moment, but it is still too close to call. The Karthus is coming out, maybe wanting to use that Requiem, and will be able to use the Requiem. That is the Syndra saying sayonara. The Karthus going to take that kill. Toil Perp is extremely low, and it's going to be the snowball onto Toil Perp. Fly by TY. Nicely done. It's going to be the Chains of Corruption coming through from the Morgana, but you won't be able to get the stun. The Rek'Sai going to go in for the dash against the Jax. Will die. The Draven with those spinning axes, getting a lot of damage onto the Tristana, but not enough to kill her just yet. As the Echo does go down, the Morgana route is good. The Karthus comes back, and it will be the Tristana and the Draven killing each other. At the moment, only an 800 gold advantage for this blue team. Oh my goodness, my voice is breaking as everything about this game and ARAM is breaking down. You can't find out who's going to be able to take this win. You don't know who's going to be able to get it because these team comps are just so wacky. But the wild card, the ability of that card is to be able to deal that damage when he dies with that Requiem is so huge for this blue team. It is very much an ace factor, an X factor in this game for the blue team. Oh no, the Echo gonna take the kill onto the Victor. Nicely done coming in from the blue team. The Echo, the snowballs coming through. Gonna be able to secure the kill onto the Victor. The Mage is down, and the blue team now gonna be able to push forward. The Savant on the defense.
This has been already exactly as much as we have expected in terms of action, in terms of the fast pace of things going through here. So far, it seems like Savants are on a little bit of the back foot, but not by much at all. Only down by 1 point. You start looking at the gold totals, and they're not down by much at all. But they are going to want to be cautious about potentially losing another exchange here. So they are going to be a little bit more safety first focused in this next exchange. So we can see the Jax taking the bit there, diving ahead and just going for it, going in and getting the successful pull there. Savant successfully managing to peel off somebody and get the kill down. That weakens them a bit, helps keep the attention off of their tower.
Oh, that was nasty.
And a big one there. That was crazy. I'm not even sure how that... I'm down here looking at that tower thinking about whether or not HTS MXD is going to be able to push against that, and somebody dies in the back.
as the Tristana is being able to get those kill resets. The Tristana, the firefighter, safety first. The Morgana does get the kill onto the Jax, but now the Tristana 1v2. The Buster Shot is going to come out and will take the kill onto the Echo, and it is now 1v1. The Tristana v the Morgana, but the Karthus is now on the way. Gonna dodge the projectiles, but will not be able to get out of this one. It will be the blue team getting the shutdown onto the Tristana. The red team all goes down in that exchange, but she was able to waste enough time to deny the blue team from being able to push forward. The big part about this fight right now, though, and the big part for this red team is time. Time is on their side. You've got a lot of scaling champions in the Syndra, in the Xayah, in the Tristana, and in the Victor. Once they're able to grab a couple of items and get themselves into that high AP range, or high AD range, high attack speed, they're going to be able to deal a ton of damage against the blue team, and I don't know if they're going to be able to respond to it. This early push coming in from HTS is good, but is it good enough for them to be able to secure the victory here in this contest? At the moment, I am not so sure.
It doesn't seem all that likely, but I mean, really, there's so many things that can go down here. There's no certainties at play here. I'm grasping for opportunities to see what is going to be the thing that gives us a strong indication about anything here.
Oh,
but
no!
Right now, it seems like anything can happen to the point where it's so impossible to make a prediction given the situation. That exchange could have very well been an immediate domino effect of death here. If that Jax had gone down, they were able to push the Syndra, that would have been over for the rest of them. But very, very quick thinking managed to get them out of it.
Right. I mean, the Morgana almost going to go down, was able to flash away. The Jax was able to survive out of that one as well. So both teams 5v5 right now. The Morgana trying to push forward, wants to get a good route onto any red team member to try to be able to secure those kills. But this blue team still going to have to be worrying about the Dark Harvest stack stacking on the Syndra, about the Hail of Blades, Tristana being able to deal more damage and even more damage as the game continues to go through. They are trying to hold the door until they can get themselves into that late game. We're going to get the buzzer shot coming in from the Tristana to be able to get the disengage onto the Echo. A lot of damage coming in onto the red team, but no one dying just yet. The Rek'Sai gets the kill onto the Victor as the Syndra takes a kill onto the Karthus, but the Requiem comes out and kaboom goes the Tristana.
No.
The Syndra is extremely low. The Jax is going to be able to get the stun. Will not be able to get the kill onto the Draven, but extremely close. The Syndra is the only member of the red team to survive. The Savants need a savior in their game right now to be able to get this game back under control, with the blue team now in the lead by an almost 3,000 gold advantage, 2,000 gold advantage, I mean, as the Echo does get the kill onto the Syndra. It is a 1-for-1. It's going to be the Victor dropping the damage onto the Draven and will be able to get the double kill. But in that fight, we saw the red team lose their inner turret, the blue team getting the first objective of the contest. That will put them solidly in the lead by about 2,000 gold. But for now, it is a very close contest as we take a look at that replay coming through. A lot of damage coming in early on, and then the Karthus just waltzes right in and says, "Kill me, please. I want to be able to deal the damage." Gets the kill onto the Xayah, and then at that point, the Tristana dying after that to the Requiem, and it was going to bring the health bars of the red team, of the Savants, low enough for the blue team to be able to secure those kills. But the kill count is only 2 in advantage of this blue team. The red team still very much in contention to win this game, but will they be able to hold on even further? This Tristana, up to her first item, has the Immortal Shield Bow ready, but will she be able to get to the second item? Is going to be able to get that Executioner's Calling to deny the lifesteal coming in from the Draven, from the Echo, from the Rek'Sai. But is it going to be enough for them to, and for the Morgana at that point as well, but will it be enough for them to be able to get themselves back into a positive state in this game? At the moment, it is HTS in control.
It is absolutely starting to slide into their favor here. With a couple of quick plays, though, Savants could make a comeback here, and again, we've seen that they have that team coordination. The question is, do they have all the pieces? They have puzzle pieces that will fit together with this particular team configuration. I'm not quite seeing that yet. I feel like Savants are outplaying their structure right now. But HTS MXD does have just that little bit of just about everything they need, except for really looking at this, nobody's got beef. Nobody's really got a champion out here that can just come in and soak. So everybody's walking on a razor's edge here. But we do see a lot of good areas in terms of both control. We have people with CC. We have some great mobility out here. We have Morgana able to do some settles. We have good support at the very least to help mitigate the fact that we don't have a real dedicated tank.
Oh, that's a huge team fight coming in for the blue team.
No.
Going to be able to get 2 kills, and they're looking for more. They're not going to be able to get anything else. The Jax tries to come through, but the Requiem gonna be able to get the kill onto the Xayah. The Syndra is extremely low. The Draven gets the kill onto the Syndra. And now the Tristana is all alone. It's the Ace with the Rek'Sai prowling in and pouncing for the kill. That execute. A great play coming in from King of Kappa. HTS MXD might have put this game over the edge with that play. The Jax trying to come through is going to be able to get the kill onto the Karthus, but he will go down. Toilperp goes down immediately as he gets respawned. The Morgana is going to get the stun and the kill against the Jax, who does end up getting the kill against the Echo. It is 3v2 at the moment. 3v3 with the Tristana respawning, but out of that one play, the Jax moving forward, trying to get that nice stun. Well, nice, there was no follow-up damage. Might have cost them the game. At this point now, the blue team is in the lead by a substantial 5,000 gold margin. Where is the Requiem now for the Karthus? It is on cooldown, but there are 3 members of the red team extremely low. The Syndra is going to die. The Savant's now behind by almost 6,000 gold. And that might have just been the deciding factor of this game. The Echo not dying when the Jax tried to go in for that engage. The Karthus being able to get the kill onto the Victor, and then that huge Requiem coming through. We're going to be able to get that initiation to come in. The Echo going to be able to help secure the kill onto the Xayah. The Syndra will go down to the Draven, and the blue team will get an inhibitor and a Nexus turret for that team fight. Nicely done.
It was a brilliant execution all around. Big props to HCS MXD, who was absolutely proving themselves to be formidable foes here in this final matchup. The best place to prove it. After a whole game of getting evidence to suggest it, we have once again confirmation here in our final round. They are truly bringing an incredible amount of skill and a very, very smooth teamwork to the table each and every last game. Regardless of what they are handed, they have managed to make the most of it, and you got to admire that. Tossing in there, Jackson is not going to have a good time immediately getting smoked, but that means getting sent back and given the ability to try and cash in a little bit more. And they do have the base on their side. Savants have a little bit of defense at their back, but they have lost inhibitors. Super minions are coming in, so this is going to be a tight spot. Backs are against the wall here. They need a strong pushback right now. They cannot let those 2 towers fall, or this is the beginning of the end.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, though. The Karthus just dealing so much damage. King of Kappa, being king of everything, doesn't even need the Requiem. He does end up dying. The Morgana is the only member alive, and now up against the Jax will get shut down. And so the red team will be able to survive for the time being, but another successful team fight for HTS and MXD. It's going to be the Savants, the Jax, trying to do what he can. Anthony is there, going to get the stun, but it is going to be the Echo disengaging, but not before taking the last structure out of the red team's base. It is now a very much exposed red team Nexus for the Savants. This next push from this blue team might just be the very last push of this contest. The red team, the Savants, must prepare for the inevitable push that comes in from this blue team to potentially secure themselves the win in this contest. The red team trying to do what they can to go up against it, but at the moment, it is still the blue team now in a huge lead gold-wise. A 6,000 gold advantage in an ARAM tournament is a huge wallet for this blue team, and they might be stuffing their wallets with an extra 3,000 gold or $3,000 with a win here against the Savants. Well, the Savants might be able to lose this game. We're going to get an engage coming through. The Morgana trying to come in. We're going to get the Rek'Sai going in. Going to be able to get the kill onto the Victor. We got the card that's going down, but the Requiem is now ready. They're going to be going through, and it's a double kill for the Karthus, and the Requiem getting a triple kill in total. The Tristana is the only member alive, but the Morgana going to get the root, and that will do it. The red team will go down. The blue team will secure the ace, and HTX MXD is going to win the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash ARAM tournament here. A $3,000 first place prize coming in for this blue team. The Savants giving us a valiant effort, but unfortunately, those Requiems and the continuous damage from this blue team going to be enough for them to secure themselves the win in this finals game. It could have gone either way, but the red team just unable to scale quickly enough into the late game to be able to get themselves the win.
It was wild to watch in action. It was such a strong neck and neck game all the way through. Truly, the fact that there was at any given chance, any given opportunity, there was a chance of a comeback. There was always that chance of somebody making things happen. Every truly moment was a potential game changer, moment to moment, play by play, and that is further proof of HGS MXD showing off just how talented they are, because at any moment they could have lost that momentum. They could have taken a big hit and ended up with a lot of counter push, forcing them to take a step back, to be onto the back foot, but they managed to execute well each and every time. Once again, I really feel like that support from the Morgana and that pressure that we got out of the Draven and things like that really paid off very, very well. We saw King of Kappa do some spectacular stuff as well over the course of the entire game, called him out plenty of times and all for good reason. Just wow, it was so great to watch. And as much as it is unfortunate that Savants, after some incredible plays on their end as well, didn't come through, I mean, they are going to be wiping their tears with dollar bills, considering they're walking away with not at all a bad payday themselves in second.
Absolutely. As we get to see some of these final replays coming through, the Karthus ultimates were fantastic. You're going to be able to whittle down the very small health bars of this red team, and we're going to see the final push, or one of the final pushes coming in right now. The Karthus not making the decision to go for the ultimate at this moment, did not need it to be able to get those continuous multi-kills in this contest. As we get to take a look at the final little bit of team fight that comes through, look at how fast the blue team was able to secure that damage. Yes, the Karthus died, but the Requiem coming through gets the double kill. That was half health for that Syndra, and the Tristana just unable to continue to keep that momentum going. And there it is, the Nexus going down for HTX MSD. It is a beautiful $3,000 prize pool for the blue team to be able to secure themselves that victory, and a great game for our finals matchup here. Really nicely done. A great tournament and a really fun and spectacular day of League of Legends ARAM action for sure.
Absolutely. I can't thank Trovo enough for putting this together. This has been such a great thing to watch, and the idea that they are not only giving us these fantastic shows, but also giving out such great prize pools and so many ways to engage with the players, with your fellow people, even with commentators. There's so many ways to earn these Titan points that they're also walking away with, a good point of order. Also getting a little bit of something on the side there with that, but just that all this is being brought together under one platform, under one roof, so well orchestrated, it's really been both great and comfortable to see in action. And I'm sure everybody involved in this bracket, which tells quite the story, just looking back at how far they came.
Yeah, exactly. So we got HTX MXD going to be able to take the first place finish. That'll be a $3,000 purse that they are going to be taking for it. It'll be Savant in the second place spot, going to get $2,000 for their efforts. And then we got the Salty Runback and Yifeng Boba going to round out the third place tie, $1,250 each. Not a bad payday for a couple of games of League of Legends for sure. Shoutouts to our top 8 though, 5 through 7, or 5 through 8 I should say. 3 Camp Top, Pico Fan Club, Funky's Formation, and Jack Sparrow coming in and participating. Everyone going to be able to get some Titan points out of this one. Congratulations to HGX MXD in that regard. Going to be able to get 10 Titan points in this one. And those Titan points extremely important to be able to go in for those end of season cash rewards for the Titan or Trovo Titans points. They are really valuable, and not only can our players get them, but you at home, players that are part of the Discord community and part of the conversation, can still also earn them at the way as well. Really, really nicely done, and congratulations to all of our teams able to come in and get those wins. Caleb, any final thoughts for you, my friend?
I just once again want to say thank you for Trovo for putting this all together. The Birthday Bash has been exactly that, a spectacular series to watch in action. And again, this isn't the only event that they're going to have. There are so many more wild and crazy things ongoing within the Titan program that there's reason to be excited for. So please, get in on this Discord, get in on some more of these streams, and get hyped for moments like these. This is far from the only event that's going to be this wild and crazy. As great as it was, this is a gift, truly, that keeps on giving. I am so happy to have been here, and yeah, I'm just hyped for more.
Yep, exactly. Well, on behalf of everyone here at the Trovo Titans Tournament Birthday Bash, the coordinators, the staff, everyone that's involved behind the scenes, my name is Thomas, and I am joined by Caleb. We have had a fantastic day, a fantastic show, and that is going to do it. I hope we can see you guys again for our next Trovo Titans tournament coming through in the next couple of days. It's going to be another fun matchup for sure. But in the meantime, have a great day, everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy, enjoy your games, and have a great day. Take care, everyone.